10.2, and for Building B is 10.3. These setbacks do not exceed the 50% reduction thresholds established in this section of the zoning ordinance. The existing building, which is proposed for demolition, is only located 5.3 feet from the rear property line as depicted on the site plan. The site plan also includes a parking calculation table indicating the required number of spaces to be 30 spaces. Again, the applicant is not requesting any reduction in the required number of parking spaces. The existing conditions plan that was included in your packet depicts the existing 2 ingress-egress drives and existing parking lots. These parking lots will be reconfigured and pervious pavement installed. The northern parking lot has 9 parking spaces with the turnaround area, and the southern parking area proposes 21 parking spaces with the loading zone and turnaround area. These parking areas are consistent with Section 156.112 parking standards for commercial development. Additional plans for outdoor lighting, a landscaping plan and a buffer plan, and additional details on the proposed signage will be needed if the project receives special use permit approval tonight. Conditions for these supplemental plans are included in the draft CUP in your packet. The site plan has been preliminarily reviewed by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. There is a condition in the draft CUP about driveway approval from NCDOT. Additionally, Ms. Cross has received an email from David Ott, who is the district engineer for North Carolina Department of Transportation, who will be reviewing the site plan, and I'd like to read that into the record. It says, good evening, Ms. Cross, and this was sent to Ms. Cross on Thursday, September the 1st at 5:34 p.m. Thank you for forwarding the Duck Ridge Shores Civic League's letter to town council members regarding the proposed redevelopment of the former Resort Realty site in Duck. As discussed over the phone, I would like to stress that I never stated that the northern driveway to the site is not compliant with the NCDOT regulations as inferred on page 1. As you know, many factors must be taken into account in order to balance the needs and rights of property owners and roadway users as directed by our policy on street and driveway access. While the attached reply to Mr. Wojak doesn't go into a great amount of detail, his safety concerns prompted us to forward the proposed site plan to congestion management in Raleigh for another opinion. These professionals analyzed traffic patterns daily throughout the state and took no exception to the continued use of both access points. Furthermore, the 5-year crash test data was obtained, which detailed no accidents resulting from turning conflicts into or out of this driveway. For this reason, we take no exception to the developer's current plan and will approve the driveway permits accordingly. If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me at any time. And again, this is in response to some citizens' emails that DOT had received, and he responded to those, and he copied Sandy on it. Normally during the site plan review process, there's back and forth between the planning staff and the Department of North Carolina Transportation, as they are one of the supplemental approval agencies.
Thanks, Sandy.
We have also received other comments from the town engineer, the fire department, the police department, the water department, and the environmental health department, who have indicated that it looks good at this time, but additional review will be needed once, if it progresses to the site plan review past the special use permit review. In order to grant approval of a special permit, the town council must make findings that substantial evidence has been provided to document the development proposal compliance with the following, with criteria that is established in section 156.065 of the village commercial development option. This is 5 criteria that's in there, and I'm going to go through those. The development proposal is consistent with the adopted vision and comprehensive plan for Duck Village. Staff response: a detailed analysis of the land use plan and vision statement is included as attachment J in your packet. In that packet, it outlines, in that attachment J, it outlines the principles that the town council has adopted and the various land use policies staff has identified that are applicable to this site plan and development project. Again, that's in more detail in attachment J. And based on our review of the land use plan and the vision statement, it is staff's opinion, it is my opinion that the proposal is consistent with the vision statement and the policies of the land use plan. Number two, the development proposal is consistent with the desired scale, character, and function of Duck Village. Staff response, the scale of the proposed buildings is consistent with the gross floor area limitations and the lot coverage limitations of the Village Commercial Zoning District. The proposed uses are consistent with other permitted uses in the Village Commercial District, and the development plan reflects similar characteristics of other commercial developments along the Currituck Sound on the adjoining site and elsewhere in the Village Commercial District. Number three, the property and development proposal contains many of the characteristics established in 156.065 Parent E guidelines. Staff response, the proposed three structures will feature building designs, lighting improvements, and landscaping that will be consistent with the Village Commercial Development regulations for commercial development. The architectural plans have been designed to reflect the town's commercial building guidelines. The new structures will meet the building height. The retail shops and eating establishment will contribute to the ambiance of Duck Village. The requested modifications are the least necessary to accommodate the proposed development and meet the intent of the Village Commercial Development option. Staff response, the requested reduction in the rear yard setback is within the parameters established in section 156.065. Number five, the requested modifications will not negatively impact adjacent properties or the surrounding area. Staff response, the proposal will not introduce any negative impacts on the surrounding properties and will provide for future connectivity along the Sound Front Boardwalk, which is identified in the Duck Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Revisions to the site plan have been made to address concerns identified by the Town Council at their May 4th, 2022 meeting. The Planning Board did review the revised site plan at their August 10th, 2022 meeting. Several property owners, mostly residents from the Duck Ridge Shores subdivision, spoke at that meeting. They expressed concerns about the traffic impacts from the project, the lack of a turn lane along the entire frontage of the promenade site, and the need to widen NC-12 near the northern entrance of the promenade site. In discussing the project, the concern about traffic safety was acknowledged by the Planning Board members, but it was also acknowledged that NCDOT would need to approve the site plan, including ingress and egress from the site. It was the consensus of the Planning Board that the project was consistent with the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive land use plan. The Planning Board voted 3-2 to approve the site plan and special use permit. As part of that recommendation, they included 4 additional conditions in the draft CUP that the staff had prepared. There were 13 conditions in there in the draft, and the Planning Board included 4. I've indicated those 4 conditions that were in the draft. They are conditions 14, 15, 16, and 17. As previously noted, the applicant has revised the project by decreasing the amount of retail space, decreasing the residential uses from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms per unit, and modifying the structures to be 2-story instead of 3-story. As a result of these revisions, no reduction in parking is requested. A reduction in the rear yard setback of 10 feet is being requested as allowed in the Village Commercial Development Ordinance. It is the staff's opinion that the proposal is consistent with the 2027 Duck Vision Statement, the Duck Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and meets the technical requirements of the Duck Zoning Ordinance for issuance of a special use permit and approval of a special exception for a reduction in the rear yard setback. As I stated, there is a draft special use permit included in your packet. It includes a total of 17 conditions. I'm not going to go through all those. If you'd like me to, I would be glad to, but I'm going to stop right there, and if you have any questions, you can certainly answer that now, or I'm going to go take my seat and let the hearing continue.
Questions from council?
Donna, will the three major revisions then be the 3 to 2 bedrooms, apartments, and two-story structures rather than 3, and then reduce the lot coverage? Would that be safe to say those are the 3 major changes?
The major changes are the reduction in the number of bedrooms, the change from 3-story to 2-story, and then as the result of the changes in the retail square footage in the bedrooms, it's a reduction in the number of parking. And so that alleviates their request to have that reduction in parking that's allowed under the development option, the village commercial development option. That's the three changes that have resulted in the major revisions to the site plan.
Thank you.
Donna, I have a question on the NCDOT. So there's been a lot of discussion around that issue, whether it's allowable, not allowable. If I understood what I heard you read tonight, the NCDOT said that they will approve this project as is in terms of the way the driveways intersect with the road and everything else. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's been communicated to us and by email. And what Mr. Ott had previously told us is that they get so many requests that they don't like to issue their approval until after it's locally approved, because sometimes there's changes at the local level, so they like to see it after the local approval. But there has been every indication from NCDOT that it will be approved as currently designed.
Thank you.
Donna, during your testimony, you said a couple of times that
I gave you her credentials, and as I did last time, you may remember, I asked that you designate her an expert in planning and interpretation of ordinances.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Donna has a couple of quick things, if I might, please. One, if I'm understanding your testimony, that putting aside the safety for a minute, and I'm not negating that, sir, but as far as the existing ordinances, other than the request for the 10-foot setback, the proposal that has been submitted complies with all of your ordinances. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
All right. In addition to the email that you introduced into evidence earlier, there was an email from Mr. Ott to Mr. Wojak of September 1. Are you familiar with that email?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is that part of the package that's been submitted to the commissioners?
I do not believe so.
All right. If I might, no, not yet. I'm asking questions. Sorry. There was also an email from Mr. Ott to staff of April 13. Was that submitted to the commissioners as part of the package?
I believe it was submitted earlier for the May packet.
But not in this packet?
I do not believe so. I think they've just received a copy of the September 1st one
Thank
as
you.
I was reading it.
The parking lot that has been designed, both we're going to call the north end and the south end, are similar to other parking lots that have been installed in this town?
Yes.
This project, as designed, was originally started with conversations with Mr. Hurd. You were not party to those conversations originally,
No, sir.
but I understood that you did in fact speak with Mr. Hurd about this project.
I have not spoken to him directly. I have reviewed his notes, his written notes.
All right. And those notes indicate that there was a give and take during the initial process of what this project would look like.
Yes, sir, they were the technical review notes. .065 in paren B and paren 1 are the requirements for reducing the setback. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
And those requirements, this application meets the standards for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, the village commercial requires a 20-foot rear yard setback. They are asking for a reduction of 10 feet, which is within the 50% threshold allowed in that section of the zoning ordinance.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I will call the applicant to come forward and make their presentation, please.
Good evening. My name is David Klevitz. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina that works for Bissell Professional Group, located at 3512 North Croatan Highway in Kitty Hawk. First, I'd like to thank staff again for their detailed presentation of the project. I'd like to say to you guys that included in your package, in addition to staff report, is the evidence that we have submitted, which includes the site plans that goes over in detail the proposal of the project and how, in my opinion, the project is consistent with the CAMA land use plan and the vision of DUT. For those reasons, and because you guys have pretty much seen this project already, I'm not going to go back over all of the details of the plan. Rather, I'd like to go over the changes that we've made since last time and go over some additional information that I think is important since last time. If at any point you guys have any questions about the details of the plan, I'm happy to answer those. So we listened to what council had to say, what the planning board had to say, what the public had to say after the last meeting, and we made the following changes to the site plan. I'm going to reiterate most of which you've probably already heard, maybe just in a different order. We have reduced the 3-story buildings to 2-story buildings. That's a 33% reduction in the number of stories of those 2 buildings. We have reduced the total number of bedrooms from 6 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms. That is also a 33% reduction in the total number of bedrooms. We have reduced the residential floor space from 3,360 square feet to 2,336 square feet. That's a 30% reduction in residential floor area. We have reduced the retail space from 2,450 square feet to 2,080 square feet. That's a 15% reduction in the proposed retail space. The residential and retail reductions that I just described have resulted in only 30 parking spaces being required according to the town's ordinance. The plan as proposed, just like last time, provides 30 parking spaces. It's for that reason that we are no longer requesting a parking reduction like last time. Mr. Mayor, you had asked, in summary, the important facts. I'd like to add that in addition to the reduction in the size of the buildings and the use, in addition to the reduction in parking, another change that we added to this latest plan is we have provided a dedicated turnaround space in the northern parking lot. That was not proposed previously, but we were able to, with the other changes, we were able to add that dedicated turnaround spot in that northern space. Additional changes include the amount of pervious pavement. It has been increased from 1,887 square feet to 4,356 square feet. This is a 130% increase in pervious pavement over the previous application and is more than 2 times what is required by the ordinance. A note has been added giving the proposed public boardwalk extension from the waterfront shops the option to connect near the southwest corner of the proposed restaurant. This was added to offer a possible alternative connection rather than having to come in over the sound, which was shown on the previous plan as the only option. This was done also as a recommendation from town staff. And as already discussed by Sandy, the recycle bin previously proposed in the northern parking area has been relocated adjacent to the dumpster in the southern parking area, and a set of roll-out trash bins added adjacent to the northern building for use by the residential occupants. So that's just a brief description of the changes that we've made since the last plan that you saw. This next section that I'd like to go over are the 4 conditions that were recommended at the planning board meeting and that have been added into the packet that you have. Just briefly, I'd like to go over those 4 conditions. This is a result of the recent planning board meeting. The applicant will construct a fence as shown on the concept plan along the northern common property line with the Duck Ridge Shores Civic League property. Previously, we showed the fence on the plan. Since then, it has been added also as a condition that the developer build what's shown on the concept plan. The applicant, and this is an important change, the applicant will construct the additional length of pedestrian access way needed to connect the proposed sound side boardwalk to the future sidewalk along the west side of NC 12. So the previous application, and it's still shown on this plan, proposed to provide an easement that would allow the town to construct that and continue the boardwalk and make the connection back to the sidewalk along NC 12. The applicant has agreed to go ahead and do that themselves.
On that point, may I just ask you to clarify what that proposed surface area is? Is it all deck along that easement on the north side? Like they would go like a boardwalk, or would it just be concrete on the ground? Or what are you proposing for that sidewalk material?
We don't have any details, although I will tell you that it needs to be ADA compliant, and so the boardwalk along the sound is elevated, and the sidewalk along the roadway will not be elevated, so there's an elevation difference there. I don't know what that elevation difference is, but it's significant, and so the plan will include a continuation of an elevated portion of the boardwalk to the point that we can, and then begin to slope down to meet ADA requirements until it gets to existing grade, and at which point it can turn into a sidewalk that will tie into the sidewalk along NC 12. That is something that we're agreeing to, and that will be something that will be designed through the final design of this project should it get approved. So to answer your question is, generally speaking, it's going to be elevated timber boardwalk to the extent that it needs to be to meet ADA requirements before turning into a sidewalk.
And while we're on the subject, do you mind if I just ask another question regarding pedestrian access? On the southern side of the front of the property, we have an existing sidewalk, and there's been discussion on the plan to eventually connect to a possible town extension of the existing boardwalk on the west side. But on the east side, on the Duck Road side, is that drawn to suggest that folks would be walking along the sidewalk and then they would walk into the parking area to sort of access the restaurant? Or is there another sidewalk area over there? Or what's the connectivity to the sidewalk on the south side?
There is no sidewalk connection on the south side from the sidewalk along NC 12. They would either, as you stated, either need to walk through the parking area or continue north and utilize the connection that we
connection
just
on the north
talked
side.
about
Thank
to
you.
get up to the boardwalk. The third condition that was added, and this has been discussed, is that the applicant will be sure to construct the eaves or the roof overhangs on the building in compliance with the ordinance. This was found during the planning board meeting. It was unintentional. The architectural renderings prepared to this point are conceptual in nature. They weren't intended to be misleading or get around anything. It was noted, and it has been agreed upon, of course, that the buildings will be built according to town code. And as previously stated, there's a letter included in your packet from the architect acknowledging that and ensuring that that will be done in the future. And the last condition that was added at the planning board would be that the applicant will provide the easements necessary to accommodate the two alternative boardwalk connections at the south end of the site for connection to the waterfront shops. So, you know, previously the plan just showed that those connections would be provided. The applicant has agreed, you know, as they should, to also provide the easements that actually allow that connection to occur. So that's just a brief overview of the 4 conditions added during the recent planning board meeting, and the client agrees to all of those. The rear setback reduction that was discussed is still being requested as allowed by the village commercial development option and is within the 50% limit prescribed in the ordinance. I do want to note that during the previous plan review, 3 council members stated that they had no objection to the setback reduction. We're not changing anything on this new plan from what was previously proposed. In addition to 3 members specifically stating that they had no issue with it, no members expressed an actual issue with it. So we are keeping with that request for the 50% reduction in the rear setback to the sound. The following outlines primary concerns expressed by council, the planning board, and the public, and how they've been addressed. So the greatest concern previously was the request for the parking reduction. In an effort to address this concern, the development plan has been revised so that a reduction in parking is no longer being asked for or needed. A second concern was vehicles backing onto Duck Road from the northern parking area. And in an effort to address this concern, the plan has been revised to add a dedicated vehicular turnaround in this northern parking area. A third concern was that the development plan was too much or too dense for the space. In an effort to address this concern, the scale and use of the residential and retail buildings have been reduced by between 15% and 33%, as I went over at the beginning. It's also important to reiterate that the proposed lot coverage of this plan is 47.3%. This is considerably less than what currently exists on the site, which is 56%, and is even less than the 60% allowed by ordinance. I'm going to stop there, and if you guys have any additional questions for me, I'm happy to answer those, please.
Questions for Mr. Clevis?
I have one. Excuse me. The 8-foot wide public access easement that's in the north parking lot, is that's going to be installed by a developer?
Correct.
The small section that we're talking about is the 8 or 9 feet from the end of that to the new sidewalks that's going to be put in. Is that correct?
So the plan still shows the access easement, but the intent is that that entire length from where the boardwalk is currently shown ending on the north side of the northern building, the agreement and the plan is that the developer will continue that connection from there all the way to the connection to the sidewalk on Duck Road.
Okay,
It just coincides with the easement that was shown on the plan previously.
Thank you.
So I'm going to keep harping on the safety issue here. So I'm pleased at all the alterations that have been made in reducing the density of the project, although I'm pleased about that. But as an engineer working on this project, do you have no responsibility about or what goes on with the safety issues that I described a little bit earlier when I was talking to Donna?
I mean, I have a responsibility, yes. And,
It's
you know,
not, it doesn't appear to be addressed at all. And it's great that everything is within the guidelines and within the ordinances, but the safety issue is a huge factor. And it's going to add to problems that are already mostly beyond our control.
I understand, and I'm, again, as Ms. Kreef stated, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not going to provide an opinion as such, but I can rely upon what the traffic engineers at the North Carolina Department of Transportation have shared as a result of their review of this project, and that has been read into record, and they have stated that they have no issues with the driveway connections with regards to pedestrian safety, traffic safety, or any of those matters.
Does Bissell have a traffic engineer on staff?
No, sir.
No. And as I said before, the data looked at by DOT and traffic engineers, in my opinion, is invalid. It's old and does not pertain to what's going on now.
With all due respect, I understand, and you know, I don't disagree with the fact that they looked at just that, the fact that they looked at the 5-year crash record, but that's not the only information that I'm sure was looked at. This went all the way to congestion management in Raleigh, so that's not the only thing that was considered when making their decision on the safety and connectivity of this project.
Well, as we all know at the beginning of this, we're only considering information that is offered as evidence during this hearing.
Correct.
And so the only thing that I've heard is this 5-year crash study. And again, that's, in my opinion, invalid data.
Okay.
So I think that we have a responsibility, and you as the engineer for this applicant have a responsibility to try to help figure out how this is going to be accomplished.
Other questions? Mr. Clevis, I have a couple of questions for you. One is, have you reviewed the draft special use permit that is in the agenda package as attachment K?
I have not reviewed it in great detail, no, sir.
The draft contains, obviously, the wording of the permit, but also contains 17 conditions that Ms. Kreef referred to earlier. Have you or the applicant looked at those?
And I have, as I outlined earlier, we're meeting to make the total of 17. So I guess the answer is I've not completely reread through all of the conditions as they stand there.
So are you saying that the 17 that are listed include the 4 that you went through during
Correct.
your presentation?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Is that, Ms. Kreef, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir. There's 17 conditions. There are 13, and then there were 4 that were added from the planning board, and that's what he reviewed in his presentation, those
Okay,
4
thank you.
additional conditions.
We would request that someone with the applicant go on the record to say that they have reviewed and are in favor of the draft permit that the council would consider, and also that they are in agreement with the 17 proposed conditions listed in the permit, and either you or someone else associated with the applicant can maybe do that.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Klebitz from the council? Any other presentation from the applicant? Are you going to make a presentation now? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Klebitz.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Gray, you can proceed.
Just to make the record clear, the applicant has in fact reviewed all 17 of the conditions as set forth in
The draft.
J, I believe it
Yeah,
was. The J or
K.
K?
Attachment K, the proposed special use
I don't
permit.
know my alphabet. K, and is in agreement with each of those 17 conditions.
Thank you.
And will be granted. May I approach the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
What I handed to you is something that I mentioned or asked Ms. Creef about, whether it was included in your packet. This is an email from David Otts of NCDOT, and you obviously can read it the same. I don't need to be reading it to you. The point I wish to make goes to part of the safety issue, not all of the safety issue, is that it specifically states, while the minor change of the use of the property will likely generate a few more trips per day, it is my opinion that the impact on NC 12 will actually be lessened due to the widening of the driveways. May I again approach?
Yes, sir.
What I've handed to you, I assert to you, is the front page of a study that apparently the town of Dot had made, and it was dated November 17, 2021. I did not print out all 49 pages because I'm assuming in your town records you have all this. What I did print out is a couple of pages to show you the following. One, the second page is tube counts, and basically what this is telling you is that the amount of traffic that's coming through this town, something that everybody in this room already knows, is horrendous. It doesn't matter whether it's during midweek or whether it's over the weekend. It can be as low as 10,000 or it can be as high as over 20,000 vehicles in a day. Traffic's here. But the key component that I want you to address for half a second is the second page, the third page of the document that I gave you. And this is where the people you hired to do this study determined what's causing the sources of the congestion. And you can readily see that the by far largest number is in fact pedestrian crossing within an X-walk. Left-turning vehicles is in fact number 2. I'm not saying that there's not a traffic problem. What I'm saying to you is that the evidence in front of you is that the biggest cause of your problem is pedestrians. Let me turn to your questioning, sir. Safety is a concern. It's a concern to the town, and it's a concern to everybody within this town. The problem from my perspective in representing this particular client is we've got a structure already there. We can use it. It's got 2 entranceways. And we're going to be creating problems. Anytime you go in and out, you're going to be creating some issues. But the volume of our in and out is insignificant compared to the total volume of traffic that in fact you're having. If you're having 20,000 cars in a day, 100 cars going into our premises is de minimis. Let me go more to what your question was, sir. Well, if you have a truck, how is it going to turn into this premises? And the answer to that is very simple. It's going to turn in the way the trucks turn into every one of these premises down here. It's going to have to make a left-hand turn in almost all circumstances. I don't mean to be ugly, but that's just a fact of life. So the question you've got to address is, can you treat this applicant different than all the other applicants that you've approved on a commercial site? And I respectfully submit to you, no, you can't, and you shouldn't. The evidence before you is pretty clear that, yes, there's going to be, as in every commercial facility, some interjecting of flow. But the site itself, which is what we're here for, is as safe as we can make it. There's been a turnaround put in what I'm calling the north. Remember last time we were here, the issue about backing out? Heard you loud and clear. Fix that. The issue here before on the south side about trucks coming in. Loading ramp, have it so we can do an in and out, and everything goes out face forward. My point simply being that as far as on the site itself, which is what we're asking you to approve, we've done everything we can do. And so I respectfully submit the evidence before you is clear that, well, I don't want to get into argument. I'll do that later. I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Questions?
So, the question here is one of the questions that you've just.
I'm sorry, sir. I apologize. I'm hard of hearing.
So one of the issues that you just discussed was, are we going to treat this applicant different from prior applicants? I can't really speak to that because I wasn't on this council when whenever any of these things were done before. So I can only talk about what I know today and what I feel like today. And so the issue about safety is important. And it doesn't matter to me that you've satisfied all of the requirements asked for in the ordinances, if in fact this safety issue is going to still be in play. And you just described saying that trucks are always going to go in there and come out face first. Well, that's great, but they can't go in face first and come out face first because there's not going to be enough room for a truck to turn around in that parking lot. Then you're faced with the issue of, okay, you've expanded some things where now you have dedicated turnaround spaces I think in both lots, right?
Yes, sir.
So who's going to enforce that? Because as we all know, in the real world, that the reason that police departments have statutes where they write parking tickets is because people park illegally, frequently. This is getting a little bit off the beaten path here, I understand that, but I feel like it's my responsibility to point out the potential problems that are here, and that's the issue at hand. Not whether or not the lot coverage is correct or the easement in the back is reduced 10 feet. I don't have any problem with any of that. I think we're all good on that part of it. My problem is the safety issue, and I think that has your client, the applicant, made any appeal to the Department of Transportation about widening the road or creating a turning lane in front of this business?
We understand that the town itself is looking to do an expansion. I have received from with DOT in this general area. I've not seen the final plan for it, so I can't tell you exactly where it all is. I can tell you that your town legal counsel has sent to me a proposed temporary easement agreement so that the town through DOT can in fact construct whatever it's constructing. But again, I've not seen what physically on the ground it's doing. So I can't answer you, sir. I'm not trying to duck your question. I just don't know what the town itself is doing with DOT in that area.
Well,
it is my understanding, and I apologize, didn't mean to interrupt you, sir, that you are looking at putting in a center lane, a turn lane, further north than where it stops now. What I don't know, because I've heard conflicting information as to how far north that's going to go.
yeah, I'm not aware that there's any intention about doing a turning lane. I know that we have some plans to raise the roadway a little bit north of where this location is going to be to mitigate the flooding that happens there. And there's a lot of stuff involved in that, but I'm not sure. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody say anything about a turning lane up there. If that's the case and I'm wrong about that, that's fine, but I'm not aware of that.
Your legal counsel's here. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know what you're putting in there. I just know we got a temporary easement that we've agreed to.
I don't know the answer.
So you don't know, Robert?
You could ask Ms. Creef, or Ms. Cross may be able to answer if you have specifically that question.
Your question is whether we are planning on adding a turn lane?
Yeah, extending the turning lane up to north of this location.
There is no plan to do that at this point.
Okay. So that argument is no good. We have to, my question was, did your client at any time, or did your client express at any time an interest in talking to DOT or appealing to DOT to in fact make a turning lane going north of that location?
To the best of my knowledge, we've not had any direct communication with DOT about that issue. No, sir.
So I think that's probably something that needs to be explored thoroughly. I know in other parts of the country, businesses that are presented with the same kind of safety issues here were required by the township or the municipality to make that sort of application to the Department of Transportation or whoever the entity was in those particular states. If there's a business that's going to create such a problem with traffic there and safety, I think that there's a responsibility on the part of the applicant to try to fix that problem. And if that's the only way to do it, then perhaps that's something that you all need to discuss.
Let me walk down your idea 1 second, sir. if in fact we go to DOT, and DOT looks at this and says, okay, well, we're still going to have the issue of left-hand turns. That doesn't change.
Why would there still be an issue of a left-hand turn if there is a turning lane?
Then where's that truck going to park? Right in the turning lane.
Right, and we already have that problem. But as I said earlier, I'm less concerned about the truck standing in the turning lane to make a delivery than I am having that truck back into a parking lot. And in addition, just to throw a little bit more onto the fire here, the Mayor Pro Tem asked a question earlier about the pedestrian access on the south end of the project, and there isn't any. So people are going to have to walk through that parking lot in order to gain access to the property. While there's 21 cars parked in there, trucks going in and out of there. So that just exacerbates the safety issue as far as I'm concerned. So these are things that need to be looked at a little more carefully, I think.
I don't have an answer for you, sir.
I'm
You're
sure.
indicating that every property should have access to the sidewalk along their north boundary and their south boundary. I'm going to suggest to you, sir, I don't know of very many places in this town that are commercial that have that. I'm
Well,
not saying that it's
Mr.
not- may
Gray,
not be a good idea.
that's not what I said. I didn't say every property. As I said at the beginning of this, I don't know what the decision-making process was for earlier permits for different businesses, because it's the first time I've participated in a hearing of this kind since I've been on this council now for 3+ years. So my opinion is perhaps if there were mistakes that were made in the past, we're not going to repeat them if we can help it. I think you learn lessons by making mistakes. And my own opinion is I don't want to make a mistake that may end up with somebody getting seriously injured or killed.
I understand what you're saying, sir. My only comment is you set the rules.
I get it.
You, the town, set the rules. You set the ordinance. The engineers who drafted a plan in consultation with your experts, your staff, and as was articulated by Ms. Creef, we're in compliance with your ordinances. We've agreed to take some steps that are not in your ordinance. But the client's more than willing to do so. We're not going to solve the traffic problem in the town of Diaper.
Nor is
You know
anybody
that.
asking you to solve it. We're just asking you not to make it worse.
Any commercial use of that property is going to make it worse, sir. We're in compliance with the ordinance. That's all I don't want to get into it. That's not fair to me or to the staff or to the audience here. All I can tell you is we've done everything we've been asked to do.
Other questions for Mr. Gray? Anything else, Mr. Gray?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, at this point, we will recognize other persons here who've been sworn who would like to make a presentation. I'd like to set forth the ground rules. One is that only one person will be allowed at the podium at a time. Secondly, you must be at the podium to speak during this hearing. Third, presentations by witnesses who are not a party withstanding in this case should try to limit their presentation to 3 minutes in this case. Only the parties who have standing, as defined in Chapter 160D of the statutes, would be allowed to ask questions or to raise objections per North Carolina statute. Fourth, if you plan to speak, please make sure your comments are relevant and are not repetitive of what others before you have already said. At this point, I'll recognize anybody who has been sworn to come forward and make your presentation. And when you make your presentation, please state your name and address, please.
Bill Gray, 107 Speckled Trout. I'm also the president of the Duck Creek Shores Civic League. And let me begin. Can you clarify standing? How I know whether I can ask questions or only provide?
It's in the statutes. It's in chapter 160D. I'm giving to the witness a copy of the statute.
So ownership interest in a property is,
I'm not going to answer questions.
okay, then I will assume that I have standing. And then, let me begin by apologizing to the town council and planning commission members for encouraging members of our community to send you emails expressing our thoughts about this application. We only thought that as citizens that you would want to hear what we had to say about the application. Didn't realize until today when I got an email back from Mr. Havens thanking me for submitting the email to tell me that this email and others keep attempting to subvert the legal process by inserting opinion and not evidence. It was never our intent to subvert legal process. We were just trying to convey to you our thoughts and feelings of a community that's being impacted by this application. That's all we were trying to do. So my apologies if we put people in a little bit of a bind. So I have some questions and I have some documents that I'd like to provide you. These are nothing new. There's 3 of these documents are actually in the packet. I just have them a little bit larger so you could perhaps follow me as I'm asking questions to your people on the approach. And provide these 4 little exhibits.
Thank you.
The first exhibit that you'll see here is the plan that was submitted to the town council back in May for your vote and approval. The second is what's currently proposed today. The third is a site plan that was approved, and there's also the existing condition of the property. So I can ask questions of the applicant as well as Mrs. Creef at the same time? Is that how this would work?
Do you have any objections, Mr. Gray?
If I can provide my driver's license that shows 107 Speckled Trout. I have other people here, a part of the Duck Ridge Shore Civic League, who can attest to the fact that I'm the president of the Civic League, which owns the property immediately to the north of this property.
I will submit you are the president of the association. I'm familiar with that, sir. We're not related. But I still am objecting because you have to have standing in order to ask questions, in my opinion. And you do not have standing. Standing requires you to demonstrate that you or some member of your association will incur special damages. Now, I'm not the one that makes the ultimate decision on the issue of standing.
I spoke early on about the trust and confidence in the government and just doing what's right.
Mr. Mayor, it would be your decision as far as on the question of the objection on standing. I've still not heard any statements that tell me that the current speaker has met the requirements of the statute dealing with standing. So it's your decision as far as whether you will allow questions from this witness.
There's no identified damages?
Again, I've not heard of any that deal with particularly the property that he owns vis-a-vis the property that is the subject of this hearing.
So my own property that I own at 107 Speckled Trout, when I drive down the street to hit the intersection to get onto Duck Road, doesn't give me standing.
Well,
Having that-
is your property that you own different from other properties on the street or in the neighborhood that would cause you to have a different perspective than your neighbors?
Why would it need to be different? If I
Because that's what standing is about, is
What about the president of the association that owns the land which is immediately adjacent to the property being developed?
well, I think the statute refers to associations, but the way I read it is associations that the subject property is included in as far as jurisdiction over the property that is the subject of the hearing versus owning property adjacent to the property that's the subject of the hearing.
So based upon advice of counsel, no standing has been identified, no damage is identified, I would say the objection is sustained.
Very well, thank you.
Robert, Mr. Hobbs, may I, can I?
Yes, sir.
Can you pass that around?
Yes, sir.
So I can take a look at that, please?
You can still make a presentation. The only objection had to do with questions versus a presentation.
Okay, very good. So if you look at Exhibit 1, this is the site plan that was originally submitted to the town back in April and May. And what you'll look at there is in that northern parking lot, there was no turn lane, no turnaround in that area. At your meeting back in May, there was a huge amount of conversation back and forth between Mr. Wojcik and some of your staff about whether or not that drive aisle met your town ordinance. And they said it did, and there were statements that were made that NCDOT thought that this layout was fine. Those were statements that were made by the engineer as well as your staff there. I had a phone call for 2 hours on Friday with Mr. Otts. He specifically told me that he spoke to Sandy Cross and told her that there was no permit was going to be issued for that northern parking lot the way it was presented to you in May. Because he said there was no turnaround and NCDOT would not allow any cars to back out onto the highway. So at the time of your presentation back in May, there was no approval for that drive aisle the way it is configured today. Spoke to Mr. Otts also now about his most recent email and understanding how we got there. And we talked at length about what they were looking for and what they were trying to do. And he said, normally in a situation like this, when you have a change of use from an office to something higher density, there'd be a traffic impact study. And he sees those come to his office with applications that he's asked to review. There was none there. Right? That's a question about what does the town require a traffic impact study of applicants. We have staff admit they're not traffic engineer. We have the engineer admit he's not a traffic engineer. And we have Mr. Ott who's sending email telling us what he thinks about how safe it is. When I asked him about the 5-year crash data that he had obtained, and I said, well, you realize, Mr. Ott, that for 3 to 5 years, 2 to 3 years, Resort Realty's been vacant. So there haven't been people driving in and out of there. He did not have any idea that was the case. So you might say he was acting on incomplete information. I have other questions about the town ordinance. The town ordinance specifically states that no new driveway on development shall be within 80 feet from a street intersection. Now, we can sit here and argue all day long about whether or not that driveway that's proposed on the plan today is new. But I can tell you, if this was a new development, undeveloped land being developed, you would not be permitting that driveway. It doesn't meet your ordinance. Secondly, your ordinance states that 2 parking lots on a development need to be connected. If you look at Exhibit 3 in here, you'll see that originally, when this was developed, you had a north and a south parking lot, and they were connected. So we're going from a situation where you had connected parking lots, which allowed for flow of traffic, to one today where the parking lots are separated. And the applicant will try to convince you that these are not new parking areas, they are existing parking areas. But look at the diagram between what's existing on Exhibit 4 with what's proposed. The parking lot to the north has 13 parking spaces, no turnaround, totally configured different than the parking lot today. The applicant himself has says they're going to remove that parking lot and put down pervious material. So they're building a brand new parking lot. So under your regs, new parking lots need to be connected. And this application doesn't do that. And I haven't been able to find anybody who can tell me why you're allowing an intersection, a new driveway within 80 feet to the duck road when your ordinance says you shouldn't. What we're going to be arguing over is it a new driveway or is it an old driveway? Well, compare what's there today. The driveway is a certain 15 to 20 feet wide. Now it's much wider. The driveway's coming out, a new driveway is going in. When I spoke earlier today talking about ambiguity in the ordinance, review this, all of these things could be cleared up if we had somebody looking at this and making it clear so we're not standing here having interpretations about what does this mean and what does this mean. I know what your intent is, your ordinance is to be safe, and you don't want a driveway that close to an intersection. You want 2 parking lots connected. Now, Mr. Kraus has said, quote, "We made this site plan as safe as we can make it. We have done everything we can do." I would ask a question of staff. Have you seen any alternative layouts or plans where they could possibly get rid of the northern entrance and put all of the parking down below? Move the buildings up to the north into the parking lot? How do you know that the applicant has done everything they could possibly do to make this a safer development? One that actually would comply with the intent of your ordinance. So I would encourage you to think now about what your ordinance really says, what's the intent of your ordinance, and look at these drawings and find out if you think those are new driveways, those are new parking areas, and does this site plan, the way it's presented here, really meet the intent of your ordinance? Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Gray, can you just stand by a minute, please?
I don't know, I'm not a lawyer.
No, pass this back to you, please.
Yeah.
So I looked at our ordinance here, 116D-1402. that I think pertains exactly to you, as well as probably other people in the room, as having standing. And so I'm going to make a motion that we allow people, if they demonstrate that they have standing by virtue of what says in paragraph 3, that we allow them to ask questions.
I have a question about your motion. Are you saying that any person who is a member of an association can ask questions, or only one representative?
No, it doesn't say any person. That's not what it says here. An incorporated or unincorporated association to which owners or lessees of property in a designated area belong by virtue of their owning or leasing property in that area, or an association otherwise organized to protect and foster the interest of the particular group, particular neighborhood, or local area, so long as at least one of the members of the association would have standing as an individual. The challenge of the decision being appealed, and the association was not created in response to the particular development or issue that is the subject of the appeal. So, one person.
So you would make a motion to
Mr.
allow...
Mr. Gray's the president of that association. I think that gives him standing.
Mr. Gray, do you want to address that? I'm sorry, Kraus. If you want to come to the lectern, please.
And actually, let's just make this easy. I don't need to ask questions. You now have heard what I had to say, and I don't want us to sit here and fight. I want us to find a plan that works for the community. Let's come together, put something together the community supports, something we think is safe and is better. That's all. And so, no reason for me to ask questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, well, the next person who would like to speak, please come forward. And be sure to state your name and address.
I'm James Cofield. I'm the chairman of the Duck Planning Board. I am also a resident of Duck. And based upon questions, or if there are any questions, I'm happy to speak in my official capacity as chairman of the planning board, representing the planning board, and to step out of that role and to speak as a resident of Duck. As has already been represented, the planning board voted after the second hearing from the applicant 3-2 to recommend approval of this application. There were various concerns raised at the planning board. The scale of the project was an issue, along with the issue of safety and the non-compliance with the Duck land use plan. There were also issues that were discussed and swayed the majority vote, which was that the applicant had addressed parking concerns, had reduced the number of bedrooms, and the applicant was working with the town in addressing various issues. So I wanted to make it clear the recommendation and the vote of the planning board. I think there's been some representation here without going into any specifics that sort of misrepresented the action and the discussion before the planning board. In any instance where that was occurred, I would suggest that you look at my comments as the chairman of the planning board in representing the discussion before the planning board. Let me step out of my position for a second as the chairman of the planning board and address what I think is an ongoing concern, should be in Duck and in any community, not specifically with this project, but it bears on this project. The function of a planning board is to help a community in planning ahead in addressing issues that relate to the concerns, the forward movement, the development of a town, of a city, and addressing issues. I stated early on that I thought that we as a community should be looking to ameliorate the problems that are well recognized in the town of Duck and not exacerbate those problems. It is my considered opinion that the current project before us exacerbates the problems. The Duck land use plan speaks to some of those issues, but safety is one of them. I would also submit that that the project is not in compliance with the Duck Town ordinance. The applicant is seeking
Excuse
approval.
me, James, could I just interrupt you real
Yes,
quick?
anytime,
I apologize.
anytime.
Are you speaking as the chairman of the planning
Not
board
now.
or as a
I'm
personal?
stepping out of my
Great.
role as
I
the
just wanted to
chair.
make sure I was
Yeah,
understanding that.
yes.
Thank you.
I think the project that is before us is not in compliance with the Duck zoning code. The applicant, this application is before us as a group development project, and which is section 156.059. And the project as a group development gives the applicant certain privileges, concessions that are to the benefit of the project. But there are also some provisions of the project, of the code, of the statute that are not in compliance with section 156.059. So it is certainly my considered opinion that the project as proposed is not in compliance with the statute, which is contrary to all of the discussion that you've heard so far. Specifically, section 156.059, section B, paragraph 2, off-street parking and loading facilities. Off-street parking and loading facilities, and this relates to group development projects specifically. Off-street parking and loading facilities. Off-street parking and loading facilities established in connection with a group development project shall be of a design, location, and arrangement as will not interfere with the efficient flow of traffic through an area and as will not interfere with access of emergency or service vehicles. I don't think anyone could argue with a straight face that the lack of a turning lane in front of the proposed project will not interfere with the efficient flow of traffic. That's what the Duck zoning ordinance states. And this is a group development. They've chosen to apply for this project as a group development because it gives them certain concessions that they desire. But there are also provisions of the code that relate specifically to group development that they are not in compliance with. And I think I will rest there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the witness?
I have a question too for Mr. Cofield from the planning board, not Mr. Cofield, the private citizen. When you said that parts of this were not in compliance with the land use plan or the vision statement, what are you talking about?
Well, let me say, first of all, that the planning board did not come to that conclusion.
Okay.
But that's,
So you're speaking not as a planning board?
So change to Mr. Cofield from
Okay.
the other end of town.
All right. Let's see if I have them here. I addressed before the planning board, and again, I'm speaking as a resident, not for the planning board, greater than 10 or 12 issues that were specifically spelled out, page for page, paragraph for paragraph, that were not in compliance with the land use plan. Safety was one of them, I remember it specifically. And the land use plan addresses specifically the need for safety in a couple of different areas. The land use plan specifically addresses traffic congestion, not just traffic. And I agree that, and we all know that there's considerable traffic in Duck, that this proposed project will have little impact on the traffic, but in my considered opinion, it clearly has an impact on traffic congestion. And the land use plan speaks to traffic congestion in addition to just traffic. When you stop traffic, the lack of a turning lane, when you stop traffic to wait for cars to come south, to turn, to make a left turn into the parking lot, again, I just don't see how anyone could say with a straight face that it's not going to impact traffic congestion. So I'm going from memory now because I don't have the list in front of me, but those were two of the areas. It also talks about scale of development in the land use plan, but those are several that I remember.
Other questions?
I have a question for James.
Yes.
James, and the planning board, did you discuss other properties that have 2 lanes where you have left-hand turns? I would say the Village, I would say the Sanderling, I would say Paper Canoe, I would say North Bank's, not North Bank Sailing, but up the other one, North Beach. I mean, they have 2 lanes, so they also get delayed by left-hand turns. Was there any discussion in the planning board about other locations where that is allowed?
I don't remember those other locations coming up in the discussion.
What's that? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I don't remember the discussion of other areas. I think before the planning board, the focus was on the Village Commercial District. Several that you just mentioned were not in the Village Commercial District, but before the planning board, the focus was the Village Commercial District.
Okay. And secondly, was there any consideration given the applicant dedicate the northern parking lot to staff and renters only, which would basically cut down congestion from the southern end? Was there any discussion in the planning board about that?
Certainly not in the second hearing before the planning board.
I meant to say the northern. If I said southern, I meant to say the northern.
I think in the first hearing, there was limited discussion, certainly about residents-only parking in the northern parking lot, but there was not at the second hearing.
Other questions?
No, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person who'd like to speak? State your name and address, please.
Mary Ann Beard, 114 Dune Road. I've had the house for 36 years. I love that street because when you come west on Dune Road, you have this beautiful view of a natural shoreline on the Sound. My concern is if you go ahead and allow them or encourage them to extend that boardwalk north of the building toward the fence, where then they would build a sidewalk over to the sidewalk that's going to be on the west side of Route 12, you're going to block that view. I would prefer there not to be a boardwalk on the north side of that building and just have it as a low board fence barrier that they have now. The boardwalk that's at the promenade It's been implied that it's going to make it a continuation of the boardwalk at the waterfront shops and so forth. It will not connect in any time soon because Blue Point is on the south side of that building. There's no boardwalk there. And then I hope there will never be a boardwalk from that property north to Sunset Grill. There's currently a sidewalk on the east side of Route 12 that goes all the way to Sanderling. And they're going to put a sidewalk on the west side of Route 12 that goes up to Sunset Grill. So I hope there's never a boardwalk there. So this boardwalk at this property called the Promenade is going to be a standalone boardwalk. You know, if they want to put steps down into the parking lot, or if they want to put something from the sidewalk on the south side up to the shops, or a sidewalk up along the fence from the sidewalk, okay. But please don't put an extended boardwalk there north of that building. And also, I hope they will not consider putting the building on the north side of the parking lot. Let that natural sound front view stay. There are not very many in Duck anymore, and it's very precious. Just one other quick thing. You mentioned the 2 lanes in front of the Sanderling, the Village Table, Paper Canoe, and all of those areas, they have a very large parking lot for people, for the trucks to pull in and load and unload. They don't need to park out on Route 12. You know, I love Duck and hope to keep it nice, and I hope to keep it safe. Most of the traffic in and out of that parking lot right now at the Resort Realty property is people that just pull in there to watch the sunset. You know, there's no commercial traffic that comes in and out of there. But still, the traffic by there is quite heavy. Even tonight at 5:30, turning left on Route 12 from Dune Road, I waited 30 minutes at 5:30. So you can imagine what it's like at noon or 1:30 in the afternoon or Saturday and Sunday. So with businesses in there, it's just going to be horrendous. And people cross the street there all the time. So I worry about the pedestrians, and I just worry that that 5-year non-accident rate is not going to stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Next person, please.
Thank you, Council, for hearing my little statement here. I'm not going to ask any questions. My name is Paul Henriquez. I'm the owner of Premier Contracting. Resort Realty hired me initially for this project. So I'm a design build firm. I guess to qualify myself, I've been in construction for 37 years. I have an unlimited license, building license in the state of North Carolina, which allows me to operate and build commercial of any scale, residential of any scale. I also hold a civil engineering degree with a structural emphasis. So, and I did that locally for 10 years before starting to be a contractor. So, Resort Realty hired me. I formulated this design build team, and we started to engage the town. Initially, when we engaged the town, it was me in meetings with Sandy and Joe Hurd with some sketches, some general sketches. So I basically just want to give an overall history of this project. As it started, the initial plan was one massive 3-story building right smack dab in the middle of the lot on the sound. And we started meeting with Sandy and Joe, and it started migrating from there. So I would say it was 6 months or so before the design team was formulated, and we really started working with the town to create the plan that you have seen through all these meetings. Now, part of those meetings were being guided by the town to say, one big building is just not going to fly. It's not going to meet the vision of the town. It's not going to comply. You're just not going to get that passed. So here's what you have to do. Joe actually took the Mark Caston, who's the architect of record on this project, for a walk around the town and said, I want you to look at all the individual buildings and the architectural styles of the town. And this is what I want you to mimic, and this is what I want you to come back with for a plan and propose to the town. And so through that migration over all that time, we've developed the plan that is in front of you. So you have a developer in front of you right now who is willing to incur the cost of a boardwalk with the plans, and this was part of the conversations with Joe and the town, of connecting, the town connecting to that boardwalk. This was the intent of the developer, and this plan was to be a community, a plan for the community, to better the community, to bookmark the end of the town and connect the boardwalk through shops and small buildings. And that's what the plan does. And we feel like it's achieving the vision of the town. Town staff has supported it and said it achieves the plan of the town all the way to 2027, the land use plan. So I basically just have sat through 4 of these meetings, 2 planning board, 2 town council, and sat as an observer and just felt like it's being muddled by what this developer is trying to achieve. It's not to go in, he's made provisions to reduce density, which is gonna make it less profitable for him. He's incurred cost of boardwalk. He's engaged Dune Shores. He's engaged Bill in meetings. He's engaged the town. He's engaged everybody through this process. So I think the town has a real opportunity here for what I think is a great project, and a developer willing to work with the town on a great project. You might not have that opportunity if they sell the property or if there's another developer that comes in and wants to put that building smack dab right in the middle of your view. We consciously put all the buildings to the south to tuck them away, to not impede the view. We had the existing building there. We wanted to keep everything condensed tight to that so that we weren't taking away the view. All this stuff was thought about through the design, through the process. We're over 2 years through this process at this point. This is a great project. There's safety issues that have been brought up. They're not substantiated by any data. There's no data brought forth. You have NCDOT, which has gone all the way to the head in Raleigh. Multiple professionals and engineers who have testified and come up with summaries that they don't have any issues with this. Opinions are opinions. Fact is fact. Engineers should be respected for their input, their knowledge, their years of experience, and that seal that they have. They're not just out here stating opinions. These are facts, these are studies. Thank you, that's all I want to say.
I have one question. So I understand, and I appreciate that, and I do have respect for people's education and experience. However, when they're given invalid data, looking at the last 5 years of crashes in front of there, as well as perhaps other things, on a property that was not in use during that period of time, how does that comport with being accurate?
I thought this was a matter of a fact forum. That's an opinion.
No, that wasn't what I asked you. I didn't ask you, I'm not saying my opinion. What I'm saying is,
Your opinion is the study was inaccurate.
they gave us their decision or their process, and they were given data that is old and not relevant to what's going to be going on there when this project.
Have you
Do you think that there's going to be the same kind of traffic that's there now, in and out of Resort Realty
Gentleman
parking?
from
Let me
planning-
finish my question.
Sorry,
Do you think it's going to be the same amount of traffic and density of use that there is now if this project is completed? Or is it going to be less, or is it going to be more? You're a professional. So I respect your opinion as a
I don't hold an engineering
professional.
license. I'm not up here to testify as a professional. I have not been qualified as such.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Next person?
I'm Robert Lotz. I live at 117 Dune Road, and I appreciate all of the input that people have put here, and I appreciate all you guys are doing. I am very much in favor of developing this property, and I think that the economic, what will develop for this town is good. But I want to come back, and I really appreciate Bob Mooney's hesitance because of the safety issue. And I say this specifically because I did send an email, but so I want to put into record what I put in that email. One additional thing, other than what has already been stated, was my personal urging is for every single one of you to go to the head of Dune Road where it hits Highway 12 and just sit there just go at a random time and take a left turn. Try and make the left turn there for you personally. I would challenge you to do that. I'm not going to ask if you've done that because I can't ask questions. But if you would, please do that. Number two, I want to relate a story that I put in that email, which was when I took a left turn there. And it wasn't when it was busy. It wasn't, you know what's busy? People actually stop and they let you make the turn. People are very conscious of that, and they're all backed up, so they're all going slow, so it doesn't make any difference. What I'm concerned about is there's a curve right there, and you look to the north, and you come around there, and you have to ease your way out, take into account pedestrians and bicycles who are not on, the bicycles on the sidewalk, nobody pays attention correctly what they're doing. And you also need to think about the fact that people are going to park or drive beyond the limits. And so what was happening here is I took a left turn, and as it related to my email, I took a left turn there. I didn't see the person coming from the north. He must have been doing much in excess of the 25 miles per hour. I took the left turn there when I thought it was free. This person hit his horn, Virginia plates, went tearing around me. By the time we got to Tommy's Market, he was going around me in the turn lane at excess of 20, 25 miles per hour, because that's what I was doing. And so this is just a road rage thing that took place in my experience there that adds to that idea that this is not a safe intersection as it is right now. And anything we do is just going to be like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of adding on to the traffic here. Unless we can take something that goes beyond what has been proposed at this point. And I just want to restate, we have done everything we can do according to Mr. Gray, and I don't think that's the case. I think we can do better. And I would challenge the town council to do the very best you can in this situation and nothing less. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
So I'm just trying to understand the traffic concern. So if I'm coming south first into
On Highway
Duck.
12?
Pardon?
On Highway 12?
On Highway 12, yeah. If I'm coming south and this development is there, it's a right in, right out, so it's no traffic problem there. So I'm coming north, and we've got Dune Road that intersects right there. And I can appreciate that making a left turn out of Dune Road must be very hard anytime there's traffic. In fact, anytime on that side of the road, making a left turn is hard.
Especially with the curve there.
Especially with the curve. Couldn't one argue, though, that if someone stopped to turn left in there, they would stop the traffic, allowing you to get out of Dune Road easier?
State it again, I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm not understanding what you mean.
In other words, if someone's stopping before Dune Road to make a left into that development.
Into the developed
Yeah,
parking
if
area.
they would stop traffic behind them, which would allow you the chance to get out from Dune Road.
But I would just ask you to go.
I'm just asking you a question. Wouldn't that be helpful?
I think it would make it worse, because there would be a misinterpretation or an assumption about whether traffic was moving or not in the other direction. I don't think if you were saying going north on 12, taking a left across traffic into where the proposed development is, or the parking lot as it is now.
Yeah.
This traffic is going to, I don't think the traffic going this way is going to take account of my coming out of Dune Road in any way. No, they're going to just look, oh, that car's gone, so I can go. So I don't agree with you at all.
I don't know, I'm just asking.
I would ask you to go try and see how it works.
I'm just trying to understand how, I mean, it's still hard.
If there were a turn lane there, totally different situation.
Why would that be?
Because your turn
people
lane
would
there.
people would be in the turn lane stopped going left, and everybody else would just keep going north.
That's fine. But I'm saying for me
That's
coming
okay?
out, I think it makes it much different, because then I can pull out without having to worry about the opposing traffic. All I have to do is look at the left traffic, get into the turn lane, and then I can move over into that other lane. It's a much safer situation.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not mistaken, Dune Road is connected to Cook Drive. At one time, there was a barricade between the
No,
two
I don't
on
think it's
Speckled Trout.
If you go around on the back side,
Around.
which was where Speckled Trout is, that's correct.
Yes. Is there any reason that when there's the high traffic volume during the day that you don't use that way?
Other than the fact that I'm only 5 houses away from the road there.
But
I'll-
But
let me-
everybody's concerned about no turn lane. There is a turn lane there for
Yes,
you.
and in fact, no, some of my residents have confessed that they do that. They actually go over onto Cook, but Cook has speed bumps all the way up it. We are a state highway, we don't. And so in fact, the other thing is happening. People come around our place, come around and actually come out our driveway because there are no speed bumps. They like to come down there, in fact, faster than the posted speed limit.
But at one time, wasn't there a barricade that separated on Speckled
There
Trout?
was, yes,
And
at
you-
one point in the past.
So that was made, so it was an interconnecting road.
Yeah, so you can go around the back and come out Cook.
So you
That's
do
correct.
have access to the third lane there.
Yes. One other thing I wanted to state, just in a casual conversation with someone in our neighborhood, they said, oh, the town of Duck is actually going to continue that boardwalk all the way up to Sunset Grill. And I said, no, that's not what I understood. Please understand, it's out in the community. People are thinking this is going to happen. And I don't think there's any way, in a snowball's chance of hell, that Duck Ridge Shore Civic League is going to allow a boardwalk across the front of their property on the sound there going all the way up to. And I'm just saying, it's out there. It's in the
I know,
conversation.
it's so hard for me to understand that folks don't avail themselves of all the minutes of the meetings and the, ability to even watch them, to see exactly what is being planned with that brick grant. There is no plan for a boardwalk for that very reason that I think we heard another person speak about the view and the. So I just wanted to go on record and say there isn't any of that happening, but that's a misinterpretation. But since I have the floor, I think I heard you just saying that anything that happened on that property would just, the traffic is already a problem for you in the Duck Ridge Shores community on Dune Road, coming off of Dune Road. And anything that happens over across the street is going to exacerbate it.
I can't.
Is that what
how
you
can
said?
Like as in Mr. Cofield said, you would have to just be insanely of course it's going to impact it. It's going to be increasing the traffic there.
So anything that happens.
And I do want to state, I want the development. I love the fact that they're wanting to put something in there, but let's do the best thing we can do with it and nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Richard Hudson, and I live at 112 Dune Road. And I want to say first, my wife and I love Duck. And the reason we love Duck is because Duck is a wonderful town due to the hard work of the council, the planning board, staff, all the services. This place is awesome. Town is also a wonderful place, in part because of our town ordinances. Now, I sent a letter, an email prior to the last town council meeting when this application first came up, and I apologize if that was not appropriate. I do appreciate all the responses I got, recognizing that I sent that email. It was great having back and forth. At that time, I was against the project because it was overbuilt. I thought it was overbuilt for most of the same reasons that everyone else has been up here. Parking, the traffic nightmare, and safety. Now, for the traffic, the parking, they needed an extra space. They had too much density, so I understand. That's why we had the special use permit. The lack of the turn lane and the lack of a turnaround in one of the parking lots. Council did not approve that first time. They went back to the planning board, they changed it. Applicants now have amended, they've made many considerations, and I think that's great. And to the gentleman, the developer that was up here and talked about the design, we want something to come here, we do. We're getting closer and closer. We just need it to be tweaked a little bit more. So applicants have amended it. I still feel it's just a little overbuilt. Why do I say it's still overbuilt? It's still a parking and traffic nightmare. Part of the reason the town is so great is because of our ordinances. We talked about the ordinances tonight. 156.112 BD. New parking areas and commercial lots shall be connected. Mr. Gray spoke earlier how suddenly the connection disappeared. We have two separate lots. 156.112A2. No new driveway shall be connected less than 80 feet from a street intersection. Mr. Gray spoke to that also. And then finally, 156.135. It is the intent of this chapter to keep driveways and intersections on NC 12 to a minimum. Just those three ordinances, I don't think the plan now, as it has been presented, meets. And that is evidence that it's not quite right. And I thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
With the group, so.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, if you'll swear in the speaker, please. Thank you for saying that. She'll swear you in.
Oh, okay.
Raise your right hand. And after I give the oath, say I do or I swear.
I swear.
That the statements I am about to make are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear. I'm Susan Bollier, 105 Skimmer Way in Duck. I live in the Sanderling subdivision in North Duck. Just a couple of things with this project. I just was looking, this site is different from other businesses in the town of Duck, primarily because there isn't a turning lane to get into the business. So it is problematic for large tractor trailers, which we know unload for all the businesses here in the town of Duck. All you have to do is go to the Tap Shack on a given day, and there are two huge tractor trailers unloading product right in the turning lane. This is a different project because there's no way for a tractor trailer to turn around in the loading zone on the proposed project. My husband worked in the food business, and they put a project in on a major highway right down the street from where I lived, and they were required to put a turning lane in as part of the project. And the company he worked for subsidized and paid for the turning lane. So no one has asked the question if the developer, where they're willing to put a boardwalk on the west side, Soundfront side, if they would consider subsidizing, extending the turning lane all the way up past their project so that the loading and unloading would not be an issue for the community and traffic congestion. The other thing is the northern lot that is being proposed has a double yellow line, and according to the state of North Carolina, it's illegal to make a left-hand turn into that parking lot, given the way that it's currently designed. We live here year-round. We welcome the visitors to the town of Duck, and we all share a lot of stories about the crazy things that we see here in town in the summertime, like a teenage girl on her bicycle towing her brother on a skateboard that's tied to the fender of the bike, or the person that's driving down Duck Road with a dozen donuts in their hand while they're riding their bike. I've seen teenagers on bicycles looking at their cell phones coming around the corners in the town of Duck in the middle of the peak summer season. Safety as a resident here is a huge issue to the residents of this town. I've driven into town on a Saturday, and it has taken me 30 minutes to drive less than 3 miles on a Saturday morning. So safety is a huge issue for all of us because we live here and we welcome the visitors. We do not want to hear about pedestrian accidents. We don't want to know that people are being killed on our roads because they're here on vacation with their families, and they should come here, relax, and enjoy the community that we get to enjoy all year round. Thanks.
Any questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker. Would there be anybody else who'd like to speak or to address this? Thank you. At this time, the staff received some emails that were addressed to the council meeting email address, and at this time, those will be read into the record.
The first comment I have is from Tom Bazile at 1474 Duck Road. It says, "Council members, I am a full-time resident of Duck, and I have been living at 1474 for 4+ years. My understanding is an out-of-the-area developer wants to put 3 separate buildings consisting of a 2-story restaurant and 2 additional buildings with retail space on the first floor and apartments on the second floor. What an outrageous idea, replacing 1 building with 3 on a lot in a highly congested, flood-prone area. I have owned property in Duck for over 30 years, and I can say the village of Duck has slowly been losing its charm. Overcrowding and overdevelopment will be the death of Duck as we know it. This development will only accelerate it. I believe the town council should vote no on this project, and the planning board members who voted yes for this project should explain why they voted for it in the first place. Please feel free to contact me with any comments." The next comment is from Patricia Oliver at 122 Skimmer Way. She says, "I could send a long letter listing numerous reasons why it would be an extremely poor judgment and showing a complete lack of interest in the residents of Duck and the surrounding area to proceed with the Resort Realty project. Instead, I have just one question. How do we get rid of the incompetent members of the Planning Commission who apparently have no regard for our community? Please use a little common sense with regard to this issue. Thank you." The next comment is from Kevin Wright at 112 Quail Way in Duck. He says, "My comment is regarding the proposed development of the Resort Realty property at the north end of the village. While I welcomed continued commercial use of the property and have no issue with including 2 residential apartments, I'm very concerned with the traffic impact of this proposal. NC-12 traffic flow is already a major problem in the summer. During the peak season at meal hours or on non-beach days, southbound traffic backs up as far as the Sanderling Inn due to activity at Sunset Grill and pedestrian/turning vehicles in the village. Similar backups occur with northbound traffic at the south end of town. The town has yet to implement any of the recommended changes from the most recent traffic study. That study was based on the current situation. Yet another restaurant on the north end of town will only add to the already miserable traffic congestion and delays. The NC-12 turning lane does not extend to the Resort Realty lot's northernmost driveway. Any development should include extending the turning lane. The cost to extend the turning lane should be borne by the developer, not the town and its citizens. The proposed development should be tabled until the traffic study can be updated professionally to assess the impact of the proposal." The next comment is from Kathy Keogh, sorry if I mispronounced your name, at 104 Gannett Cove. She says, "As a resident of Duck for more than 20 years, I am totally opposed to the development proposed for the Resort Realty property. The traffic issues which already exist and safety concerns will increase significantly if that project goes forward. I believe my opinion has already been voiced to many others, including 2 on the planning board." This comment is from Amy Stalker at 111 Sandpiper Cove. "I have been a resident of Duck for 20 years full-time and a property owner here since 1991. I am just appalled that this project would even be considered with the problem that Duck has with traffic every summer. This year was the worst yet. When this project was approved by Planning Board, the only reason I could find that those 3 members voted for it is that they have a financial interest in this project. They certainly did not have Duck's welfare in mind, but pure greed. I sincerely hope that council does what is right for Duck at this time and turns down this project." This comment is from Mark Collins at 107 Bayberry Drive. I thought this project was turned down, but saw that another vote occurred and passed 3-2. I don't know what tweaks were made to make this a viable project, but the continued lack of parking and no center lane for left turns makes this a dangerous proposition. I hope you reconsider and vote this project no. This is from J.R. Hastett at 112 Jasmine Court. As the owner of a home in Duck, I want to express my opinion that this project should not be allowed. It is too big for that location. The roads are not adequately set up for a project of this design, and it will contribute further to an already very bad traffic issue in Duck. This comment is from Mark Steimer at 103 Skimmer Way. To whom it may concern, it's great news to hear that the Planning Board recently approved the redevelop of the Resort Realty property on the north end of town. Having a new restaurant to visit, a couple new retail establishments, as well as affordable housing in the vicinity of the town all seem to be projects that will enhance the town. I'm aware that the architecture is keeping with the Nag's Head look, and that is a definite plus. Thanks to the Planning Board for working with the property owners and developers to make this needed improvement to that parcel of land. This comment is from Anthony Horvath at 104 Flight Drive. I do agree the Resort Realty property has to be redeveloped. With that said, it cannot be approved without the below considerations. Number one, since the usage of the property will be different and create additional traffic, the developer should be required to pay for all road improvements. Putting this burden on taxpayers to widen the road is unfair. The developer is changing the usage of the property, not the residents. The developer will have to address the need for parking. To reduce parking in an area where it is limited is going to create more traffic with pedestrians crossing Highway 12. This comment is from Irene McKenna at 108 Chip Court. Council members, I am a full-time resident of the town of Duck residing in the Schooner Ridge development. The proposed development at the Resort Realty property seems to be less than desirable addition to our town's landscape. I am very concerned about the traffic situation in this very busy area of our town. Is this the best we can do with that special piece of property on the edge of the sound? How does the developer proceed with construction without the town having a recourse when the inevitable traffic congestion causes further gridlock in an already bad situation? I will be attending the next council meeting on the 7th and looking for resolution to these questions. Thank you for your service to our community, Irene McKenna. This is from Carolyn Drost at 107 Pelican Way. The lot is small, the load is huge. Each of us has our perspective. Personally, I agree with Patty. My best, Carolyn Drost. This email is from Dorothy Donat at 1402A Duck Road. Duck Town Council members, sorry. This message is to express my concern over the 49-seat restaurant being considered for the former Resort Realty property. The number of cars that capacity will generate is quite troublesome. The traffic jams in both directions on Duck Road will be such a trial, not to mention a safety hazard for walkers, bikers, and vehicles. Please consider if this meshes with your efforts for a pleasant, safe pedestrian plan and safe traffic flow through the village. As an owner of property in Port Trinity, I fear the traffic congestion will demand that we drive north for groceries, shops, and entertainment. We love the Duck Park and village shops, restaurants, etc. What a disappointment if we become limited in our welcoming accessibility to these amenities. I understand that if a turning lane becomes necessary, this will be at the town of Duck expense. That would certainly be a negative. Agreeing to these adjustments in the rear setback code requirements would likewise be a negative. This version of the proposal passed only narrowly by the Planning Board. That is a cause for added pause and attention. They obviously have concerns. I believe their decision warrants added consideration about whether this proposal is the right fit for our village. I think it is too much with retail space, restaurant, and residential apartments. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time and effort to make Duck a wonderful place to live. Respectfully submitted, Dorothy Dunat. This comment is from Dennis Walczak at 103 Dune Road. To Mayor of Duck and Town Council, re the promenade at Duck. The proposal before Town Council requires special use permits to be issued. A special use development plan would not only meet ordinance requirements, but provide enhancements for the town. This is evident as Section 156.155 allows the town council to prescribe appropriate conditions and safeguards beyond the standard ordinance requirements. This can even include requiring the developer to provide the left turn lane in Duck Road that this development sorely needs. Many individuals, as well as myself, do not believe that the subject project plan meets numerous requirements of the town ordinance. These requirements are set forth in sections 156.112A.2.b, 156.112.A.2.d, 156.112.A.2.e, 156.112.b.2, and 156.112.d.4. It is understood that the town staff does not agree with this assessment. I hope that members of the town council have researched these issues and will make an appropriate decision in regard to these matters. Whether or not it is decided that the plan adheres to the minimum requirements of the ordinance, I think it is important to recognize the intent of the ordinance is not being met. The ordinance states, the intent of these standards is to promote safe, convenient, and sufficient access to all properties by vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists. This development proposal does not promote any of these items. The reason these ordinance requirements are in question is due to the fact that the developer is attempting to construct more than on the site than appropriate design will support. Why are there two parking lots not connected? Why is there inadequate on-site vehicle circulation? Why are multiple driveways proposed? The answer to these questions is the fact that it is necessary to use the entire area between these parkings for the septic system. This fact alone does not clearly illustrate what is being proposed is an overuse of the property. I do not believe that the existing vacant building is in the best interest of the town. However, I do believe that the size and scale of the proposal is excessive and will negatively impact the area in many ways. I ask that town council take these issues under consideration and make a thoughtful vote to deny approval. Respectfully submitted, Dennis Wojcik. This comment is from Rosalind Zator from 103 Dune Road. The town council should not approve the proposal. My recommendation to deny approval is based upon the following reasons. The proposal does not meet the requirements of the town ordinances, specifically sections 156.112.A.2.b and 2.d, 2.e, and 156.112b.2 and d.4. The proposal is overdeveloping the property that will result in an increase in parking problems and an increase in traffic congestion on Duck Road. My recommendation would be to downsize the proposal that would allow for the following to solve traffic, parking, congestion, and safety problems. Number one, elimination of 2 disconnected parking lots and replace with 1 large parking lot. Elimination of north entrance and only have 1 entrance/exit. Addition of a left turn lane on Duck Road to better allow access into south parking entrance. Thank you for your consideration, Rosalind Zator. That is the final comment.
Thank you. I just want to remind council that of what I said earlier in the beginning of the hearing, that the emails that were just read is unsworn, and the people aren't here for you to cross-examine. So again, you cannot base your decision based on solely on what you just heard from those emails. So I just wanted to remind you of that. At this point, I will offer the applicant the opportunity, if they wish to make, and by the way, I'm assuming there are no more testimony. I'll offer the applicant the last opportunity to make any closing remarks.
I do wish to add 2 pieces of information as evidentiary. The first is the date of closing of the existing facilities use was November of 2020. So there was a question about the 5-year time frame. Also, if I might ask one question of Sandy.
Yes.
Sandy, for purposes, there's been some discussions about land use plan. Describe for me what the land use plan does and how it leads to ordinances.
The land use plan doesn't lead to ordinances. Straight from the land use plan, it says this plan is a guidance and policy document and is not intended to be used as a direct regulatory tool.
Thank you. The applicant does thank you for the time and consideration. You've spent a lot of time here on this, both the previous meeting and this meeting. As you were advised by your legal counsel, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. And that's important in my world, because in a quasi-judicial hearing, only what you hear today are you allowed to use for purposes of making your decision. And when we look at the ordinance, one of the reasons I questioned the standing of anybody, and it was determined there was no standing, is that in testimony of what constitutes competent evidence, which is one of the requirements, 160D-1402, J in paren 3, defines competent evidence, shall, regardless of lack of timely objection, not be deemed to include opinion testimony by lay witnesses to any of the following. One of those that's specifically in there. The increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development poses a danger to public safety. My point to you is that you heard a lot of people testifying. None of them qualified as experts, and therefore there was no competent evidence submitted to you in this hearing. What we have indicated to you through your admitted expert is that we meet your ordinance requirements. The competent evidence that you have before you is that this meets the safety requirements. There's no contrary evidence before you. Now, I'm not saying you can stick your head in the sand, sir. I realize, and I was up front with you, there's going to be traffic here. There's no question about that. But I also pointed out to you the volume of traffic that you existingly have. We're a drop in the bucket to what's going on. Any use, we go back and redo this as an office building, you're still going to have traffic coming in and out of that building. I respectfully submit to you that the plan as designed meets your ordinances as testified to by the experts that are in this room. Nobody else qualified as an expert. And as such, those experts say that what we have is in compliance with your ordinances. You set the terms of what we can and cannot do. We designed accordingly. We listened to what you told us last time. We revised this project accordingly. At the end of the day, without going through a whole lot of litany of how this is so much better than what you already have out there, or what we previously proposed, the reductions of this, the reductions of that. You heard that. I don't need to repeat it. I think this really boils down to, in all candor, to A, as indicated, we meet your ordinances as testified to by your expert. B, there's going to be some traffic issues. There's no way around it. Even if you put a turning lane in, you're going to make a left-hand turn, there's going to be traffic issues. And then there's a fundamental fairness issue. I understand you can't keep doing bad things. The question is, have you done bad things? You're familiar with the fact that you have other parking lots that are similar to what we proposed. Your own parking lot. Going out. You've got the Duck Waterfront Shops, the Village Table and Tavern, NC Coast. All of those have singular parking lots, just like we're proposing. No different there. Nowhere in your ordinances does it say, hey, we should favor somebody who's already here over somebody else. And to deny this project, you're doing just that. I respectfully submit to you that you should approve this project. I know it will be unpopular, but you know, when you ran for the office, you knew you were going to be making some unpopular decisions, and it won't be the first time that you've had people not happy with you. But at the end of the day, the right thing to do, given your ordinances and given the fact that we meet every bit of those ordinances, is to approve this project. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Are there any final questions from council?
I have one perhaps for Mr. Gray. Would you consider that northern lot, as I raised the question to the chairman of the planning board, would you consider making that staff only and or only for the bedrooms? The whole issue is around that northern entrance. You've got reserved parking, I assume, for the bedrooms, and you've also got staff, which would cut down traffic in and out of that northern parking lot. Would you consider that as a condition? I mean, it would only be signage, obviously.
Can you come forward, I'm sorry, to the lectern, please? Yes, thank you.
My voice is loud enough, I don't need that.
And obviously, the southern parking lot could certainly handle the restaurant.
We will put up whatever signage the town deems appropriate to restrict that northern parking lot to parking for A, the residences, and B, employees. If that's is helpful to the town, there's been a lot of things said about this development. I don't want to be ad nauseum about it, but they have tried to be a good corporate citizen, and they did listen to you last time. They made a lot of changes. And if this change is one the town wants, we're willing to make it.
Certainly, if I was a renter, I'd want a reserved spot so I could get to my apartment, number one. But number two, it would also cut down its congestion on that northern parking lot with
Yes, sir.
the other road. Thank you.
Any other questions I can respond to?
Any other questions for Mr. Gray?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have one for Sandy.
Yes, go ahead.
Sandy, have we ever asked anyone to do a traffic study in any of the development or redevelopment in town?
A full-blown traffic study for redevelopment? No. We did a traffic study last year.
Right.
And
Or
there were,
individual lots? Or
on
developments?
individual lots, no.
Thank you.
Any final questions? Okay, so go ahead and close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. A vote of the majority of the council would be required to approve the application. If the special use permit is to be granted, a motion should expressly incorporate findings of fact and any specific conditions to be placed in the special use permit. So you may now deliberate, and as you know, the staff has placed a draft special use permit into your package if you wish to consider that. There are 17 conditions that are listed in that proposed special use permit, and I understand that there was just a discussion of a potential 18th condition dealing with signage that was just discussed that you're certainly free to consider if you wish. So I'll now turn this over to you for deliberation.
Thank you, Robert. I'll start the discussion off. You know, several months ago, this came before us. We spent a lot of time, like we did this evening. Our major concern was overdevelopment of the property, and we did turn it down unanimously by the council. The key issue that night was parking, where in fact they needed 44 parking spots, and basically it was above the ordinance. They've come back with a revision. I think they've been responsible in the revision. They've lowered the height of the buildings, taken out one apartment, obviously solved a lot of the parking problem. I agree there's a safety issue. I agree with what Rob says about deliveries, and you know, especially I don't know how many 18-wheelers would be coming to that restaurant, but yes, that would be a consideration. That's going to be a disadvantage if we move ahead. But at the same time, I think they've been responsible and come to the town, and based upon what Donna and Sandy have presented, you know, they've met the ordinances. The planning board, the majority, thought they had accomplished what, in fact, we had wanted them to achieve. I think this one single property cannot be the solution to traffic in Duck. There's probably 2 houses being built in Corolla right now, which will probably add more cars through Duck than this restaurant will, or this development will. And we pass thousands of cars through Duck every day. You know, I live in the south end of town. I can't make a left-hand turn out of my development either. And so, I mean, it's an issue. We all live here. It's a resort town. It's a resort town 2 months of the year, and heavy traffic. And we all learn to live with it. Yes, in fact, there probably are things the town can do. We are going to do some work on the road between this property and Sunset Grill, and the fact that it's been delayed, it may give us an opportunity to readdress perhaps a 3rd lane expansion. And there's going to be no boardwalk. It's going to be a sidewalk and a living shoreline. So, you know, I think they've been responsible coming back. I'd like to see the property develop. I think it's an eyesore today, looking at an empty building and empty parking lots. I would want to make a condition that, in fact, they take that north parking lot, which is where all the discussion has mostly been geared tonight, and reserve that for apartments and staff. And I think that would cut down a lot of the in and outs. In other words, if you go into the restaurant and retail shops, you got to hit into the southern parking lot. And I know that's always an enforcement problem, but you know, some people do read signs. So where I stand tonight, and I think there's been a lot of discussion, I understand the public's comments, and I do understand, you know, we always have safety issues. We have safety issues throughout town, whether there's turning lanes or no turning lanes. But I'm going to support basically the applicant this evening, and with that one condition, if we had some signage. With that, I'll open it up for other discussion by council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take a moment to offer my observations on this project, and appreciate all the time and energy that everyone's put into this. The developers, the staff, the residents who have been following it. And I know that we have a lot of traffic in Duck, and I was going to make the point that the mayor made, that what we have north of us in Corolla, and you know, there's a whole new subdivision going in up there just north of Pine Island, or just south of Pine Island, and I mean, that's just a bunch of new houses. Every time that anybody does anything, any private property adds to using their property, it's going to increase traffic. We heard that tonight, that it's already an issue with, and there's nothing over there. That resonated with me. I, as a town council member for almost since the town was started, as well as a resident for over 30 years, appreciate the fact that we want to maintain a safe environment for our community. I think we really do focus on safety and the whole pedestrian, bicycle, and traffic implements that we've done, all the improvements that we've done are really in that vein. It's not going to stop with the approval or disapproval of this development or the approval of new home construction or whatever else is happening. We are going to continue to work on traffic safety and just do what we can. We're not thought of well by some of our neighboring towns because they don't think we do enough. But then we're stuck between a very popular northern beach area and and our own popularity. We're known as a great destination. I'm really proud of what we have here and what we have done. I do agree that this development looks like Duck. It is a low profile, smaller buildings. It blends in when you approach coming from the north heading south. It would be a lovely addition. I think that we have to rely on the professionals in the room, our own staff that is trained in these areas. And I do take their endorsement of this property very seriously, and I do believe it's, I won't say it's an exact right of their private property rights because we are allowing for some changes, but we've developed rules. We actually even modified the rules last time we had a conditional village commercial development project that we had to review, and we said, are we doing enough here? And we modified them. We are always looking at doing more and better things for the town of Duck. So I definitely don't think we can just penalize this one development for the traffic problems in Duck. I do like the idea of, since we do have the brick grant coming, and it's been delayed because of just a myriad of issues, that we should take a look at adding the turning lane, because I'm hearing quite a bit of that folks think that would assist in the residents being able to get out of their development. And also, there's some opinions that it would help with delivery. I don't know that for a fact. I'm not qualified to say that, but I do know that turning lanes give us a little more room on the street. So I would be in favor of Duck studying that possibility and incorporating it into the brick grant. So I will be voting in favor of this with the conditions and agree that the signage is a welcome addition to adding another condition.
Yeah, I would just like to add also that I know there were some comments tonight about whether our process works and whether our structure works or whether people are listening, but I think really that this situation specifically showed that I think our process does work. I mean, we started out with something that was very far away from where we are here tonight. And I think we have to go back and remember, as Monica said, this is almost an as-of-right project. And when you remember that what is required of us tonight as council members is to determine whether or not this meets the codes and the standards, this is almost an as-of-right project. The only thing they're asking for is a 5-foot variation in the setback. They have gone through multiple iterations based on input from citizens, residents, planning board, 2 times before the planning board, 2 times before the council, and I think Mr. Mayor's suggestion tonight was really excellent about limiting that northern parking lot with a sign for employees and residents. I think that'll, it'll do something there. The planning board did approve this project. They've been very cooperative. Traffic is an issue. I mean, what can we say about traffic? We know that. And I think the concept of looking with the brick grant at the turning lane might be a good opportunity for us, and I think we should definitely pursue that. I don't know what else to say. I think everybody's done a good job, a lot of hard work, a lot of opinions, a lot of emotion, and rightly so, and concern for the safety. But I think we're going to have to manage that, and maybe there's some opportunities for us to address that with the new road work that's being done there.
I'm in agreement with the last three speakers. You know, they've met all the requirements. You know, we can't punish one person for everything else that's in the town. I'm going to vote for it this evening.
At the risk of sounding redundant, I don't disagree one bit that the ordinances have all been met. There's no question about that. The changes that have been made in the plan make it much more palatable. But I cannot ignore the standards, as Tony just described, which involve the safety aspect of it. And for that reason, if we could get a turning lane put in front of that property, I'd have no problem with this at all. But we don't have one right now, and so therefore I will not vote for it.
Any other discussion? Well, I'll make the motion that, in fact, we approve the special use permit 22-002, an application for a special use permit to redevelop the existing property in the Village Commercial District at 1248 Duck Road as group development to include a 49-seat restaurant, two two-story buildings, each with 1,000 square foot first floor retail space, and a two-bedroom accessory dwelling units on the second floor, with the conditions as outlined in the draft, and adding an 18th condition that, in fact, they will provide signage of, employees and staff or residents only in the northern parking lot.
And does your motion also include an adoption of the findings that are included in the draft special use permit at attachment K?
Yes, it does. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4 to 1, I'm sorry. Thank you, everyone, for attending and participating in this public hearing this evening. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 9:20.
That's good.
right, the council is back in session. Next item, 5B, public hearing. Public hearing discussion consideration of ordinance 22-07, amending subsections 156.030.003, D6, 156.031, D6, and 156.032, D6 of the Ducktown Code to clarify and enhance the standards under which residential properties can be granted an allowance of up to 35% maximum lot coverage. I'm going to turn it over to our town attorney, Robert Hobbs.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we'll open the public hearing on this proposed text amendment. During the hearing, the board or the council sits as a legislative body. At this time, who's going to make the presentation? So Sandy Cross will make a presentation on behalf of the town staff.
Good evening, Mayor Kingston and the members of council. I was told that last month I might have talked a little fast, so I'm going to try and slow myself down with a PowerPoint presentation that should be popping up momentarily. So last month we met and we presented to you a text amendment regarding the 35% lot coverage allowance for installation of stormwater management improvements. So in our residential districts, we allow up to 35% lot coverage, provided, well, that's in the residential district, so single-family RS1, single-family RS2, and medium density, so most of the residential areas. Our current requirements in our ordinance require an approved plan to meet a 1.5-inch design storm. It's also to be designed in accordance with the state BMP Best Management Practice Manual, and it also is should be designed to utilize low-impact principles and BMPs as a primary method of treating stormwater. I've got some abbreviations in here. Our current ordinance also requires it to be prepared by a state licensed engineer. Some of the problems we run into is that the regulations in our current ordinance are very general. They don't state any specific criteria for that stormwater management plan. There's no requirement for calculations or a design. We have some engineers that do a great job of doing all of that, and some that say, you know, your property sits on top of a hill and we don't need to do anything, so you should be giving us 35% lot coverage. They're claiming interstitial storage, which are the voids between the grains of the sand, as your stormwater source. So what we have before you tonight is a request for a text amendment to make an amendment to clarify some of the standards that we're looking for when we see a proposal for 30+% lot coverage allowance for new construction, or even additions, substantial improvements. It doesn't really matter what kind of work is being done. When we get a site plan for a new house or an addition or a renovation, that's going to be something that would be required if they're going to exceed the 30% lot coverage. The ordinance that we drafted in court with the assistance of our town engineer, Mike Robinson. We also ran it by our building inspector to make sure that he didn't have any objections. And aside from the recommendations that staff proposed to planning board, during the planning board meeting, there was one addition that allows for surveyors to also provide these stormwater management plans, because surveyors are licensed to do these kind of plans as well. And rather than limit it just to engineers, you can probably save a little bit of money if you're using a surveyor to do the stormwater plan instead. I want to go back. I know that we have somebody from the Home Builders Association here. I'm just finding out now that they want to postpone this. I would just remind council that we took this to planning board in July, and we advertised it on the town website and in the Coastland Times. Then we brought it to you last month. There was no advertising last month because it's just a request for public hearing. We did advertise again on the August 24th and September 4th, and it's been posted on our website since August 15th and at the town office. I don't have anything additional beyond what's in the staff report, but I'm happy to answer some questions, and then I would imagine that the home builders want to bend your ear a little bit.
So, Sandy, so basically, the concept here is that in order, we're allowing 35%, but to get to 30 to 35%, you have to show specifically what you're doing that's making an improvement over what's would normally be there. Is that correct, my understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And adding on to that, you can use a surveyor or a professional engineer, which is the planning board added a surveyor.
And that was actually at the recommendation of our town engineer.
Okay, and then, but then they also said shall include volumetric calculations. Is that kind of standard too?
That is standard for some engineers.
Okay.
And there are others that just want to give us a survey and say, you're at an elevation of 25 feet, you don't need any stormwater basins because it's going to all infiltrate through the sand. That's not the intent when we put this allowance in place. I mean, we could go back to the purpose and the intent from when that modification to our ordinance was made. I'm quite certain we would find that it was not intended to just say, if I'm at a high elevation, I can do whatever I want.
That makes sense, yeah. They have to really identify it. The volumetric calculations are something that can be done, and you clarified that it's, you know, the 1.5-inch design storm.
Yes.
So you've like said, design it to this, and
Yeah,
not
and
just
I've
a
actually
lot
got
of rain.
some contractors that do this as a just a standard now, even below 30%. Partially because they're looking out for their neighbors, surprisingly, but yes. And then there's other opportunity, other times when they're over 30% and they've already got their engineer on board and what they need to do. We send it over to our town engineer, he reviews it, sends it back and says whether it's copacetic or not.
And this just makes it exact, what you need.
It gives us a consistent request that we can make to engineers or surveyors. You can't just throw something off across the table and say, this is what we want to do. It's got to meet a certain standard.
Well, Sandy, how do you establish the baseline? I mean,
The baseline for,
what kind for? What'd you say?
the baseline for what?
The baseline for putting one of these in and getting the 5%. In other words, you got to be able to handle an inch and a half, but what's the baseline? I mean,
That's what we got a town engineer for. That's another reason why we're doing this. So that when I get a plan and I've got these basins and there's no calculations, I don't know what to do. He doesn't even know what to do. If we have calculations and we have a plan, we can send it to our engineer. He can run the numbers and make sure that they work. And we have to remember that this is for something extra. This is to go beyond the 30% limitation.
Maybe I can help clarify your question a little bit. Is the baseline the pre-development? So baseline is pre-development and then your post-development? No? Is there a baseline that you, so he's asking, you're measuring the 1.5-inch storm to design your BMP. So where do you start, I guess? Was what the mayor's trying to get to.
30% is generally considered to be low density. Okay, these are according to the state stormwater management ordinances. A standard base design storm from the state is 1.5 inches, because that's the most frequent rainfall. So that's the one they try to hit to get the nutrient reduction to get overflow. So that's the baseline for this. At 30% or less, most projects are considered low density. Over 30%, they're considered high density. And if you did a state project that was at 35%, you're going to have to build in more stormwater BMPs than what you would for a project that's 30%. 30% project, you can put some roadside swales in and off you go. Once you go high density, now you're looking at a more detailed stormwater plan for the individual project. And some of the newer subdivisions, already have that 30% built in, because they would have had to either get a low density or high density permit when that subdivision was developed. I don't know that we have a lot of new subdivisions, but
We have recombinations now, smaller lots that meet the 15,000 square foot. But this is, you're going to see later in the evening that we've had a bunch of new houses developed or permitted. A lot of them are redevelopment, demolishing the existing structures and then rebuilding. And some are going back with 33% lot coverage, and they're showing us a stormwater plan with a calculated volumetric design 1.5-inch storm.
I think, I don't want to speak for Mr. Mayor, but I think I have a little bit of the same question, which is, so let's say I got a lot and I'm going to build a house and it's going to be 30% coverage, and then they say, yeah, okay, it meets the needs, it's the 1.5, it does all of that stuff. Then they say, okay, but you know what, I'm just going to tweak it. I want to cover 35% of the lot now. What do they have to do to get that extra 5%?
That's what the engineer does.
Okay.
You have to put in.
But he's gonna say, in order to get that, you have to do this, so it can do what?
So that it can keep the stormwater on your property and not your neighbors.
Okay.
that's exactly right, yeah. So you're not impacting your neighbors. And that's going to involve swales. There's quite a few ways you can.
Yeah, I mean, you have the landscape swales, the infiltration basins, the bioretention, rain gardens, rainwater harvesting, cisterns, rain barrels.
So if I come in and I don't say I want to go from 30 to 35, I just say, I want to cover 35% of this lot.
I'm going to say, you're going to need to provide me with a plan on how you're going to accomplish that
Okay.
with some stormwater management.
And that's measurable?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. It's a volumetric calculation. You take 1.5 inches, you apply it to the surfaces where it's going to run off.
Okay.
And you're going to come up with a volume based on that. You capture that volume either in swales or in permeable pavers, or there's several ways to capture it, some other options for stormwater management, but it's absolutely quantifiable.
And I would also.
I guess I just don't understand the whole basis of how we're measuring it, what the base point is. Like, for example, we've got some gutters and they go into a rain barrel, right? So do you say that rain barrel's got enough to give me 5% more in my lot? How do you know that?
Probably a rain barrel. That would be just an option for probably a portion of it. You're not going to get a full 1.5 inch storage in a rain barrel. But if somebody wants to use that in conjunction with other stormwater management techniques, why not? It's a source of irrigation water as long as they provide some method to get that water out of the barrel.
Mike, so you're saying if we put in a retention like they have out here, rain barrel right outside here, that would count as retention?
Yes.
For stormwater, for runoff? You could do something like that, or put it in the ground and pump it out and use it for irrigation?
Yeah, that's typically what they would do. And, we can calculate the volume that they need to capture, and we can calculate the volume of the rain barrel, look at a method to get the water out of the rain barrel.
And the volume they need to capture is determined by a formula that you.
It's 1.5 inches times the area that the rain is falling on. Because that's the volume.
So if you had a 1,000 square foot roof, 1.5 inches, you have to capture 1,500 inches, square inches of water?
Well, divided by 12, because to correct for units. So it'd be 1.5 inches divided by 12 times your impervious area. So the ordinance this is not a onerous ordinance. This is okay. I do a lot of stormwater plans. Dare County and all the towns. Oceanfront large homes in Kettle Hills requires you to capture 4.3 inches of runoff. That's a lot. They do allow interstitial storage, but that usually doesn't make up. It's, you know, so what you end up with a lot of swales that you really don't need. And one of the problems with using interstitial storage is it looks great on paper, but let's say you've got a roof that's shedding off to the side of the house, and that house is only 11 feet off the property line. That strip of soil, the interstitial capacity of that is not capable of capturing that runoff. The whole site might be capable of capturing it, but when you start looking at the watersheds off the roof lines, sometimes you have very small areas and interstitial just doesn't work.
You're not saying capturing gutters, and you're capturing the whole roof runoff?
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking about gutters going into a tank.
Well, and that's an option, because sometimes, you know, if you're looking at a roof line that drips right onto a side property line, sometimes you have to put gutters in, and you have to redirect that stormwater somewhere. I've done, you know, infiltration chambers, like drain fields. I've done like beds. I just did one in Nags Head that it looks like it's got a second drain field in it. Because in Nags Head, when you go over their base lot coverage, and I don't remember exactly what it is.
33, I think.
It might be 33 going to 36, then you're required to do a stormwater management plan. And I think their standard is 3.5 inches.
So basically, we've been allowing this to happen. Our rules are loose and easy to misinterpret, and this is just tightening it all up.
This is giving staff something that we can hang our hat on and say, you need to provide this. So when we have an engineer or a surveyor says, this is what we've got, and we're like, there's no, how do we know that what you're doing is going to be successful? This gives us some teeth to say, you need to provide us a little bit more detail so that we can ensure that you're successful, so that we're not getting the call from the next door neighbor when this house is finished and they're now flooding.
I'm still having trouble trying to figure out what the baseline is. If you got a house and a pool and you got decks and you got concrete, how do you figure what the baseline is and what then you got to capture 1.5 inches?
It's based on the impervious coverage.
Yeah, it'd be based on the square footage of the roof, the concrete pool decking, the driveway, and then you apply 1.5 inch storm to that square footage. That gives you a cubic volume, and that's what you have to capture. And you have to show how you're going to capture it. You know, you got to show that, you know, you can't just put a big basin out front and say everything's going to drain to that basin when obviously it's not going to. So you have to provide a plan that details how the water is going to be captured, where it's going to be stored.
I mean, you got a baseline, then how do you determine how much water you got to capture over and above that?
Well, your baseline is the fact that you don't have to do it at all if you're at 30% lot coverage. You don't have to do it at all.
If you want to go to 35, then.
If you want to go to 35, you got to do a calculation that says you're going to capture your stormwater. You're going to capture it. You're going to capture the stormwater off of those impervious surfaces.
Are we explaining this in the ordinances? That's my question, I guess. I mean, I read this, I don't understand. I mean, it says you can do these things, but how do you get from point A to point B?
I would say that the contractors that are redeveloping properties know exactly how to get to point A from point B, but I would have to go back to probably the original ordinance when we implemented the 35% allowance to see how that purpose was written. But right now, we're just looking for clarification to add some language to it so that the engineers and surveyors provide us with some documentation that we can hang our hat on that says, yes, you do meet this 33%, you meet this 1.5 inch design storm.
But you got to go to the top and say, you got to capture this much water, right?
Yes, and that's based on a formula that the engineers are going to provide to us, and we are going to review with our engineer. It doesn't happen on every property, but it's happening on
It's confusing. We're telling them what they can do, but I don't understand how you get from point A to point B. How much water do you have to capture to get to that? And I know it depends upon your lot and everything
Yes,
You need an engineer to do it.
or surveyor.
But shouldn't we have it in here somewhere, maybe we already have it in here, how you establish where you start from and where you end up? I mean, don't you have to tell people how they, in fact, get their baseline?
So our maximum allowable lot coverage,
Maybe I'm missing.
you mean in terms of what's permitted as coverage? Is that what you mean by our baseline?
Baseline is, if you've got to capture an inch and a half, okay, how do you measure an inch and a half over what?
So we do have,
Your driveway? What's not spelled out here?
we have, in our ordinance, we have a definition for lot coverage and what's included in that. And if you give me a second, I'll pull it up and I'll read it. Maybe that might clarify some stuff.
So we look at everything on the site that water is going to run off of. That would be the roof, that would be the swimming pool decking, and that would be typically the driveway. An open wood deck doesn't generate stormwater. Surface area swimming pool doesn't generate stormwater. So there's going to be a little bit of a difference between what we call built upon area than what the town would define as lot coverage. I'm pretty sure the town includes surface area swimming pools and lot coverage. That's more of an intensity of development concept than a stormwater management concept. So you take the areas that the water's gonna run off of, take that total area, multiply it times an inch and a half divided by 12 to correct for feet as opposed to inches. That's gonna give you a cubic foot volume. That cubic foot volume, then you demonstrate how you're gonna store that, and that could be through open swales. And they're simple calculations. There's nothing very complicated about them. They're all volumetric calculations or geometric calculations. You know, you got a V-shaped swale. You take the area of that triangle, and that's how you demonstrate how you're going to capture that stormwater.
So you're saying basically is you break down your lot, okay, and those things where in fact water will be absorbed, that becomes your baseline? Because it's never going to be absorbed on the roof, or it's always going to come off.
It's going to come off the roof, correct. So you've got to,
But it's going to come from the air too, but I
you
mean.
got to do something with that water that's running off the roof. And that's what you do. And that's what this ordinance intends to do is clarify exactly what you're supposed to do with it. Not so much telling people how to manage the stormwater, just telling them this is the amount of stormwater you have to manage.
What do they have to do if they're going to just stay with 30% coverage?
They just need
They
to
don't have to
provide-
have an engineering study or anything?
No.
You do nothing.
Just,
Go above
just,
30,
just,
you need to have a plan to capture an inch and a half. Baseline is nothing, then you go to an inch and a half.
so we're just assuming that if you're at 30% or less, that the ground is going to be able to handle whatever happens.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
30,
and that mirrors the state stormwater ordinances. 30% or less is considered low density. Once you go over 30%, then it's considered high density. And the state requires more
Okay.
stormwater controls.
I would also just like to point out that planning board recommended approval 5-0. And Chairman Cofield is here in case he has any comments.
Additional questions for Sandy? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cofield, would you like to make a presentation on behalf of the planning board?
My presentation is very short, but I might try to help Dawn a little bit with the question about baseline, because it did come before us, and I don't think your question's been answered. And Tony, the question you asked, so if it's 30% lot coverage, then everything is fine. Nothing else needs to be done. It's because you want to go from 30 to 35, and the state has determined, and correct me where I go wrong, that the amount of stormwater that needs to be measured and remediation has to be done for it is at a calculation of 1.5 inches. And so if I'm understanding it correctly, look at the square footage of the lot that you're going up, and let's just say it's an additional 1,000 square feet, and you crank the 1,000 square feet into the formula at 1.5 inches, and the remediation has to cover that amount and that amount only. You're not worried about the rest of it. That's the way I understand it.
That's correct. And we don't worry about the sandy area of the lot that's left natural or grassed, because there are very high permeability rates, obviously. And typically, water doesn't run off of sand very readily.
Right.
I mean, Jockey's Ridge, the existence of Jockey's Ridge will tell you that. If water was to run off of sand, we wouldn't have dunes, we wouldn't have Jockey's Ridge. It would have eroded away a long time ago. So the ability of the soil to absorb the normal rainfall it easily takes care of that. What happens is with a roof or a driveway, you concentrate the runoff into a very small area in some cases. And that concentration of the runoff is where you start to get erosion and you start to get runoff onto your neighbor's property, and that's when the town gets the calls.
So Don, in answer to your question, there is no baseline. It's only the delta that you're trying to cover here. There is, as I understand your question, there's no baseline. That's the way we, I think, understood it when it was before the planning board. It's only the delta you're trying to capture and take care of to remediate.
But would it enhance the ordinance if in fact we explained how in fact we're getting that 1.5% and how much in fact you gotta capture? I mean, not necessarily by, somehow shouldn't a formula be in there or something that explains to people how to get from A to B?
You know, I'd have to take a look at it, but it's, I mean, someone who does a lot of these plans, and you talk to any engineer, most surveyors around here, they're gonna understand this ordinance, because this is not unique to Doug. We do these in every town, you know, so.
So the normal layperson's not gonna understand the ordinance.
Other than that, they all understand they need to hire a professional.
Sandy, what's the ordinance say now?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. What did you say?
What does the ordinance say now? What you have to do to,
The ordinance says now maximum allowable lot coverage by principal use in all accessory structures, 30%. Lot coverage may be increased to 35% provided that stormwater improvements meeting the following criteria are provided on the development site. A, stormwater runoff from the built-upon area of the site must be directed into an improved stormwater management system designed to accommodate the volume of runoff generated by a 1.5-inch design storm. B, the stormwater management system shall be designed in accordance with the standards, methodology, and procedures prescribed by the State Stormwater Best Management Practices Manual, NC DENR BMP Manual. The project design shall utilize low-impact development principles and best management practices as the primary method for the treatment of stormwater. And D, stormwater plan shall be prepared by a state licensed professional prior to the issuance of a certificate of completion. A site licensed professional engineer shall certify that the proposed improvements have been constructed in accordance with the project design. That's the way it reads now. What we're looking to add.
but in there it says we got to use the state standard for the calculations. That's how we get the base, what Don's asking for is where we get the starting point.
Okay, you're correct. And that has been removed, but is easily returned. I mean, we took A is pretty much the same. B is where we took out the stormwater management system shall be designed in accordance with the standards methodology. Would that still be consistent with what we're asking as well? If we were to add item B from the existing ordinance back in and then carry it down to C with storage capacity, D with the design stormwater management. So we'd have we would end up with F, G, H, I. There would be another item. But adding B back in, referencing the state stormwater best management practices is, we can certainly add that.
Other questions? Okay, at this time, if there are any members of the public who would like to address the proposal, if you'll please come forward and make your presentation, and please state your name and address.
Just 4 hours later.
Duke Garrity, Governor Affairs Director, Outer Banks Home Builders Association. I'll let you know up front, I'm not an engineer, I'm a builder. I hire engineers when we need them. I like our association, the building community loves bonuses. When we get a bonus, another 5% of lot coverage, it's great. Our building community had no input into this at all. Our fault probably, when I came, I don't remember if it was last month, the meetings just all got together. And I put it out and I said, this is what they're proposing. Well, nobody got back to me until yesterday. And he said, well, we should have a working group like we have with Nags Head, like we have with Currituck County, and we helped write the ordinance. We took the Nags Head manual, stormwater manual, with 64 pages. We said, this is insane. And we worked on it for a couple of months, and we got it down to 7 pages. And at 7 pages, 4 of them for commercial. There's no more volume control. When we talk about a 1.5-inch rainfall, and again, I'm not an expert, but if I put a tree in the yard, that helps. If I capture the roof runoff with a swale with gravel or rocks around the perimeter of the house, that helps it. I'm not going to get the 1.5-inch. We have a lot of ideas, and this is good. There's nothing here to argue with, but we'd like to postpone it and have a little input into it and see what our engineers can come up with too, like we've done with the other towns. Only asking for maybe a month, maybe get some representatives from the homeowner associations in the town, and maybe some members of the council, 1 or 2 members of the council want to sit in, and we have a couple of meetings like we did with Currituck, with Nags Head, and maybe we come up with an idea that's easy. If my engineer has an engineered plan, gives me the engineered plan, and I submit it, I don't know what the staff's going to say, well, this is not good enough, he didn't do A, B, or C. So we want to make sure that we include and have all our options in there. We like working groups. We like to, I represent the majority of the building community in Dare County. So that's what I'm asking, is maybe postpone this, put a group together, maybe 1 to 2 meetings. I don't want to drag it out for months and months, but I don't think stalling this for 1 month or 6 weeks is going to hurt anything. We don't have that many houses going on. Of those houses, I don't know how many are going to ask for the 5% bonus. And that's all I got to say. I'm going to have dinner soon. Thank you.
Council, I'll just make a comment that if there will be, considerable substantive changes to the ordinance, I would recommend that you would need to send it back to the planning board after staff has had opportunity to work with this group. So it would not be just a 1-month process if you went with my recommendation. So just to give you that information. Okay, next speaker, please. Okay, seeing none. Any remaining questions from council?
Yes.
Go ahead, yes, sir.
Okay, Sandy, if we did what you just said, if we delay for a month, six weeks or whatever, or two months, is that going to harm us from a standpoint of control in this area?
You're going to see later this evening that we've just issued 4 new homes. 2 of them are exceeding the lot coverage, and I've got 4 more on my desk. I can't tell you what they say. So, is there harm? No. Is there impacts? Potentially. I can't say for certain. I can tell you that, as we noted in our staff report, that we have had some kickback from some of the engineers that do not, they're looking at our current ordinance and saying a volumetric calculation is not required, and this should be sufficient. Joe has been pretty strong in keeping that at bay and requiring it. And fortunately, most of the houses that we just issued were all by one developer, and he has used volumetric calculations on all 4 of his houses. So, is this onerous? I don't believe so. If the home builders want to put their 2 cents in, that's great. I will go back, we advertised for the planning board meeting, and we advertised for this meeting. We saw how our advertising works in the last hearing. So I apologize if I'm being hard line here, but the home builders need to do the same thing. And if this was going to be a 64-page document, yes, absolutely. Let's sit back down and see where we are missing the mark. We are talking about 6 items that are pretty basic, as our engineer has indicated. So I leave it up to council. You know, we can be good stewards, and we can certainly work with the home builders. We're going to have to re-advertise regardless of how we go about this. It's probably going to have to go back to planning board, I would imagine, as well, once the home builders take a look at it. And I'm going to tell you that there's going to be some engineers that do not want to do this. That's why we're here. So when we prepared this draft, Joe looked at Nags Head standards. We consulted with Mike. We consulted with our building inspector, and we felt like this was a reasonable ask. Nags Head has a lot more stuff in it that's a little more complex, and we're not asking for all that. So I can't say, I can't recommend one way or another.
Well, I think the critical thing here is that you can still build it at 30% of the lot if you want. We're telling you that if you want to go to 35, you got to do something extra. I don't think that's unreasonable, and I appreciate your concern, but it was posted.
So Sandy, just to be clear, in the section C where it lists options, right? The landscape swales, infiltration bases, yada, 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 right? The last one, number 6, says other methods. So that should address your concern. There's nobody telling you that you must do these 1 through 5. You could do something else if it's reasonable and meets the volumetric calculation. So I don't see any reason why we should delay it.
Is there any reason that we couldn't vote on this evening if the homeowners wanted to come in and talk to the planning board at one of their planning board meetings and come up with their ideas, that we could go back and the planning board could send something up to us again?
Sure, absolutely.
And I think that this is something we should pass tonight if you got that many applications out there.
It's been surprising how many new homes that got.
'Cause last month you said we were down.
This month we're not, waiting to see the report.
Any final questions, council? Okay, this time we'll close the public hearing. It's now closed. The council may now deliberate. Just to remind you that 2 readings of this this proposal will be required to adopt the ordinance, but the ordinance can be adopted tonight at the first reading if the ordinance is approved by a 2/3 vote of all members of the council, counting all members, not just those who are present. So in your case, 4 votes would be needed to pass this ordinance at the first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any further deliberation on this?
On ordinance 22-07.
Any further comments on the motion on the floor?
Just that I agree that we could welcome the home builders to offer any suggestions they have to improve this, this ordinance, and we'd be receptive to that.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. We can go ahead, because this is basically a clarification of what already exists. And further clarification wouldn't hurt. But we do want to get this in place, I guess, for futures, short-term futures.
Did you all want to make a motion to include, re-include item B that's currently in the ordinance regarding the state stormwater best management practices manual?
Want to add that to your motion then?
Do you want to add that, Ron?
Sure.
Yes.
Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Being in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Okay, let's go on to the next public hearing. Public hearing consideration of ordinance 22-08, amending subsections 156.051D, 156.051E, and 156.051F of the town code to clarify the elevation of dune walkover structures and under what circumstances minimum setback exemptions may be granted. I turn over to Town Attorney Robert Hobbs.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we will open the public hearing on this proposed text amendment. Just keep in mind again that the council during this hearing will be sitting as a legislative body. At this time, Sandy Cross will make a presentation on behalf of the town staff.
Welcome back. All right, again, I was told I was a little fast last time, so I'm going to try and slow it down a little bit. Last month, well, I'll start from the beginning. We took to planning board back in July a text amendment regarding setback exemptions and their relation to elevation of dune walkover structures. Currently, we have a section of our code that allows setback encroachments for community ocean and sound access walkways, private walkways that connect to those access ways, and also private walkways that are less than 4 feet in width and are constructed less than 12 inches above grade. That's on a private property, not connecting to oceanfront, not necessarily oceanfront. So these standards apply to all private walkway structures, including both dune walkovers and walkways elsewhere on the property, so like right on the side of your house. We also have 2 sections of our code that speak to dune walkways specifically and what their elevation needs to be above the dune. Chapter 94 of our beach and dune management ordinance says that improved dune walkovers must be elevated at least 18 inches above the dune. Subsection 156.124 speaks to structures within our primary and frontal dunes, and also says in the regulatory standards that the underside of the dune walkover structure across the frontal dune or the primary dune shall be a minimum of 18 inches and a maximum of 30 inches above grade. So when we look at these 2 sections, we've got a conflict. We've got one that says you have to be at least 18 inches above, and one that says if you want to be in the setback, you got to be at least, you can't be more than 12 inches above grade. So in order to resolve that conflict, we've taken a text amendment to the planning board and brought it to you last month for consideration for a public hearing. And what we're asking now is to clarify that the elevation of dune walkover structures in all situations. So when we allow you to have a walkway in your setback, if it's going over a primary or frontal dune, it must meet that 18 inches. And that's basically to protect the dune system. It's consistent with our Chapter 94 beach and dune management. And it takes away that question, if I want to tie into somebody else's or a shared walkway, but it's on the dune, it says you can't do it if it's more than 12 inches above grade, but I'm on the dune, so I have to do it 18 inches. So we're just trying to fix that conflict. And so we've added a couple sections, or a couple items in the ordinance. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right staff report. In section 156.051, which speaks to the exceptions to the setback, we're adding language that says dune walkover structures subject to this exception must still comply with all applicable standards found in 156.124, which is the regulatory standards for dune walkovers. That applies also with private, that's for community ocean and sound access walkways. It also applies for private walkway structures that are tying into those walkways. And then lastly, private walkways that, dune walkover structures and sound access walkways are not exempt from minimum yard requirements unless they are in compliance with subsection 051 E, which means they're tying into either a community access or shared access. Make sense? That last one gets me every time. So the first one is when you have a community or ocean access, got to be 18 inches above the dune. When you have a private access that's tying into an ocean or a sound access, got to be 18 inches above on the dune. When you have a private walkway that's not tying into either community or shared access, it's not exempt unless it's tying into them. Exempt from the setbacks. I'm looking at Monica like I confused you.
I was following you until you just said the last thing.
Right.
No, just, if you could just clarify that last little phrase. If
Okay.
it's not, if it's a shared walk, if it's on your private property, it's shared, it's not tying into the dune, you could be 12.
Right. In all cases, you can be 12 unless you're on the dune.
Okay.
But if you have a private walkway and you're on the dune, and you're going over the primary or frontal dune, you're not tying into an ocean community access. You're not tying into a neighbor's shared access.
Right.
You don't get to, you're not exempt, you don't get that exemption.
So you're 18.
So they're not exempt from the minimum yard requirements unless they're in compliance with 051, which means they have to be at 12 inches.
They have, okay.
So they, on the dune, on the ocean front, why do we want to add that language? Because when we're talking about dune access ways, the goal is not to add more, but to reduce the number of dune access ways, because the less structures we have on the beach, the less impacts we have when we have storms.
And so you want to incentivize
We
that.
want to incentivize tying into shared access ways, tying into community access ways, and if you want to be in the setbacks with your walkway on the dune, it's got to be in connection with either a community access or a shared access with your neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, got me every time I read it. I'm like,
I thought I got it, but now I don't.
and oh, by the way, the 18 inches is under discussion, and that's going to be presented at Planning Board next week. They did decide that this was consistent and recommended approval unanimously to council for revisions.
With all due respect, I'd like to just stick to what we're talking about tonight.
No, well, I'm sorry, I just jumped in the,
The planning board is going to present something else to us. I
Yes.
just want to understand what we're doing
but
tonight.
the change that's presented tonight was recommended for approval by planning board unanimously.
Right. Could I ask a question that probably doesn't even seem to make sense to anybody else, but it was a question I had. Our dune walkways that we have in existence are clearly grandfathered, okay? So
Correct.
you've got community walkways all over the place. Would a community that wanted to come in and build a concrete walkway be permitted to do that? Or is that, because you're trying to get that 18 inches, you're trying to get something to grow under the walkway? So that's a question I had.
Concrete walkways are permitted up to within 60 feet of the first line of stable natural vegetation.
So
Once
that's
you
it.
get east of that 60-foot line, CAM is going to require that you won't be able to do, you can't do concrete.
Great, okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay, I need some help
Okay.
still.
Sorry,
So-
I'm confused too.
Yeah,
It's
so,
been a long
yeah,
night.
I know. So I live in an association, we've got a walkway, it's shared walkway, goes over the dunes. It needs to be replaced. We're going to build a new walkway over the dunes. It has to be 18 inches above the dune.
If you are going to reconstruct it in its entirety, or more than 50%, yes.
Okay. If I'm just going to repair it, it can just,
If you're just going to repair it in place, that's fine.
okay.
If you're going to repair, if you have a small section that is buried and you just want to elevate it over that, you don't have to necessarily meet the 18 inches.
You don't have to necessarily be 18.
However, if it's buried and you're having to build over it, staff is going to encourage that you think about meeting that 18 inches
Okay.
for longevity purposes and, not having to deal with rebuilding it again in 2 years.
Okay. Is the 18 inches above the top of the dune, or is the 18 inches from where the kind of been walking through?
So that's a good question. It's not
Okay.
clear in our ordinance, and I expect that that may be something that's going to be talked about at the planning board next week.
Okay, so there may be some judgment there.
There is always judgment when you're talking about oceanfront
Okay.
development and dunes, because they
Okay.
change so
So now I'm a private resident, and I want to build a boardwalk over the dunes. I have to be 18 inches above the dune line?
If you do not have one there now and you want to add a new one, yes.
Okay. I don't understand where the 12 inches comes in.
So let's step us away from the dune. In our zoning ordinance, we have a section that says, we understand that owners have needs for certain things. Like if your property is built out and you build right to your setback, your side setback line, so you have a 10-foot setback over here, 10 foot, and your house goes to both sides. But you want to get around back. You want to walk around from your front yard to your backyard.
Right.
We understand that that is a need. So in our ordinance, we have some exemptions from the setbacks that say you can do this. You can be in that 10-foot setback, provided it's not more than 4 feet wide and it's not more than 12 inches above grade.
It's not more than 12 inches?
Right.
Okay, I
So
got it.
if I want an exemption for that on the dune, there's a conflict because it's required, and it's new, it needs to be 18 inches. So we're trying to eliminate that conflict, which was brought to our attention.
Okay, I understand.
Any additional questions? Okay. Thanks, Andy. Mr. Cofield, is there a presentation that you might have on behalf of the planning board?
This presentation, like the last one, is very short. We did discuss it, and we approved it 5-0 unanimously. There was some discussion about the elements that you have talked about in the last few minutes. and that will continue under discussion. And I think at this point, you should assume we're not there yet about the 18 inches, but essentially getting rid of the conflict and combining the two statutory provisions, which is basically what you're doing tonight. We were unanimously in favor of. The rest of it will bear a lot of discussion. We have had some meetings and some look-see at the sites, so, but we are unanimously in favor of the basic concept of what you're voting on tonight.
Any questions from Mr. Cofield? Okay, thank you. If there are any members of the public who'd like to address this proposal, if you'll please come forward, make your presentation, and please state your name and address. Okay, seeing none, then unless there are any remaining questions. Okay, seeing none, then unless there are any remaining questions from council, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. The council may now deliberate. As I indicated earlier, 2 readings or approvals are required to adopt the ordinance, but the ordinance can be adopted tonight at the first reading if the ordinance is approved by 2/3 vote of all members of the council, which in your case would be 4 votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any further deliberation on this?
No, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 22-08, ordinance of the Town Council amending subsections 156.051E and 156.051F of the Town Code to clarify the elevation of dune walkover structures in all situations, minimum 18 inches, under what circumstances minimum setback exemptions may be granted.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, James. Item number 6, old business items referred from previous meetings. We have none at this time. Item number 7, new business. We have none at this time. Going on to item number 8, items referred to in presentation from the town attorney.
I have a feeling you don't want to hear from me anymore tonight, so I'll say no report.
Thank you. Item number 9, items referred to in presentations of town manager.
And I know you always want to hear from me, so we'll do our department head reports. We're going to start with Chief Black, and then Ms. Cross, Lieutenant Clark, Ms. Legner, and then Ms. Barnes. And as the chief is approaching the podium, I'll let you know, in case you didn't see it on social media, Chief Black was sworn in as the president of the International Association of Fire Chiefs last week. It's an incredible honor for her and, by extension, the town of Duck. So congratulations, Chief Black and Madam President.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll be quick with my presentation tonight, as it's been a long evening for you all. So I'll review August real quickly here for our September meeting. Again, we'll start with calls for service. I always like to take an opportunity to show a picture. That was actually training last night. Some of you may know Hayden on the right there. He's been a long-time volunteer for us. We'll do some part-time, actually works in Nag's Head. He came and helped train us last night with some of our volunteers. It was really great to have him up there, new perspective. I think they got a lot out of it, so it was great. Calls, 77 calls for the month of August. You can see that we were tracking pretty normal. Our differences have been pre-season, and we'll be curious to see what September and October do in the postseason as we have our changing tourist season now after COVID. 413 calls to date, so again, we're tracking a little bit higher, but a little more towards normal. Again, these trends tell us a lot, right? Right now, we have the right amount of staffing. Our call volume's not increasing crazy. We're looking at all that, and it's all staying about steady. So that's really important with data as we go forward and continue to monitor. And the breakdown there, again, Rescue 11 calls are about 50%. Alarm activations, and just quickly on alarm activations, that's everything. It can be bad cooking, it could be carbon monoxide, it could be a bad detector, it could be the steam in the shower at the Sanderling. Those are all examples of our alarm activations. So until we get there, we don't know what they are, so they're not false alarms. Some are more serious than others, but we lump them all together for the report here, just make it easy. And then when you see the pie chart, again, it's a little bit of everything, especially this time of year. August training activities, we had 186 hours of training recorded, 122 out of the career staff and 64 out of our volunteers. One inspection, and those should start up pretty quickly. With Sandy there, we tend to do them in the off-season. One thing, don't worry, I'm not showing the video tonight, but if you didn't see it, we did work with Dare County, town of Duck did, and Christian was key with this project. We tried to start it a couple years ago around COVID, but we did put together a video, a Dare County volunteer firefighter recruitment video, and it was for everybody. It was for the entire beach. So we took the opportunity when we did our training down in Buxton, and we have a lot of departments represented. There was a video that put out, it's like 4-minute video maybe, speaking to the need for volunteers across the county, and tried to incorporate as many of the different departments we had down there. We did help with the project, really proud of that. Thank you, Christian, for your help. There is, if you want the link, I'll give it to you, but I know Dare County did a press release on it, but that was an August activity. Just prepping you on going to October 1st. On October 11th from 5 to 7, we will do our open house again for Fire Prevention Week. It's the 100th anniversary of Fire Prevention Week, and the NFPA has been doing it for 100 years. Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. We have a really exciting activity for anyone, adults and children, that Captain Dempsey's working on. So I'm actually super excited for that night. So if you get the opportunity, and we will do hot dogs again, that's usually the thing that gets people in the door. And then just quickly, September 11th is Sunday. It's the National Day of Service and Remembrance. So around 9:45, we will gather at the flagpole. It's just for a couple minutes. I've added a walk this year. It's not a formalized walk. It's not a registration walk, but we should never forget. So I said, as soon as that's over, I'm going to do 2.1 miles for 21 years post 9/11. It may be me, it may be some of the firefighters, and I'm going to add a 10th every year as long as I'm here. So that's my little thing we're going to start doing here in Duck, if you're interested. And again, this is a National Day of Service and Remembrance, so it is encouraged you engage in some type of charitable service to remember and not just make it a memorial, but also do something positive on that day. And with that, I will take questions. I do have something for all of you. Thank you for bringing up the presidential piece. I'm honored to serve for Duck, but also for the fire service for the next year. And I do have something I'll give you all at the end after we're done with the meeting. Thank you.
Chief, was that the flagpole here, or the one at the, is there?
Public safety.
Oh, public safety.
Thank you, Chief.
Back again.
I'll try to make this really, really quick. That's a beauty berry. That's apparently what's in season now. Jim is really good about doing that. This is what I was talking about. Building permits. Last year we had.
Sandy, yeah.
Can I hear you?
Shoot, I'm sorry. Computer needs to be over here. Building permits are up 100%. We had 10 in 2021. We had 20 this month. And it's not seeming like it's slowing down. Flood zone, surprisingly, is up, even though we reduced a ton of flood areas when we changed our maps in 2019. As you can see from this map, north side all spread out. There's no real clusters that I can see. Well, actually, Sandy Ridge has a little bit of a cluster down there. And then the north end is pretty spread out as well. The new homes, I mentioned this earlier. We issued 4 new homes in August. We've got 1 that was issued in September. I've got 3 more that are waiting to be issued. We're waiting on documentation to be issued. We also have a couple substantial improvements that were permitted in August. So as much as I'm expecting things to be slower, they're not showing that track. Duck Trail improvements, we ran into a little bit of a glitch with a large part of the trail improvements being found to be located on Sanderling Property Owners Association. So that was found out when we got the survey work done. Our engineer is still working on the design to reconstruct it with concrete and add some stormwater improvements. We are waiting and working with Sanderling Property Owners Association, as Councilman Shiano can attest to, working with them to try and get an easement in place that will allow us to reconstruct where the trail currently exists. We are still planning to bid this a little later this year. We would normally be bidding now. We're going to wait until we get everything squared away with Sanderling Property Owners Association, and then we'll get it under construction this winter. North Carolina Coastal Communities, we brought back last month that we had received the Phase 3 grant. We did put out a request for qualifications, and that they are due on the 15th of September. I expect once we have received applications on that, and we'll be, Joe and I will be talking and meeting with some potential candidates. Lastly but not least, I think, beach nourishment. We are working with 2 communities to provide access only, not mobilization. And I'm working on the easement work. Some easement, some actual work that's got to happen before the easements occur. That would be at Port Trinity and Barrier Island. We know now from weeks that their equipment staging is going to begin early November. It's kind of been all over the place because the dredge was down for a while. They weren't sure when it was coming back. Now they're set to start moving into Duck in November, with actual construction beginning mid-November. They do expect to finish by mid-December. They feel like they may get ahead of schedule now that the dredges are back online, but take into consideration potential equipment failures and or weather delays. They're holding with this timeline right now, and we'll get another update this coming Wednesday, I believe. And the last thing I thought that beach nourishment was last. Town shed improvements. We've been working, our KP's, Kim Pittman's been working on some shed improvements. They are underway. As a result of those shed improvements, we are also going to relocate or reorient the dumpster enclosure over there, which will make things a little easier for waste management to get in and out of. It will give us a little bit more wiggle room for storage stuff. And then we also are putting in a secondary egress in the town admin offices that'll come out of the conference room upstairs, and those pilings are set to go in next week, so that should get underway and be done lickety split. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandy.
All right, well, I'm standing in for Chief, who had back surgery, and he's home recuperating, and hopefully he'll be back hopefully next week. I'm gonna keep this short. Real quick, traffic enforcement actions. This month we had 84. That does not include any of the enforcements where we were doing on the side streets and stuff, talking to golf carts and that kind of stuff. The guys are doing a lot of preventive stuff when they see it, so these violations aren't occurring once they get on the roadway. Motor vehicle crashes were at 10. We continue to do the business checks, 801, and we're starting to see our extra patrol checks go up as the season winds down a little bit. 3 arrests, 2 of those were related to driving while impaired. The third one was related to a drug arrest. Call volume to date, you can see 2022, we're at our highest in the last 5 years. To date as in August as well. And that's a lot of that is related to a lot of self-initiated calls, and a lot of it is the enforcement actions on the golf cart initiatives and crosswalks and those kind of things. Our LPR numbers, you can see they're starting to go down in our last 2 weeks here, so as it's trending, the traffic's not quite as bad as it has been the last 2 weeks, but we have had it, it was highest the very first week in August, and it's continuing to go down from there. And that's all I really have to report. You know, I want to congratulate Chief Black. You know, she does a really good job representing all of us. And we're lucky to have someone of that caliber that's represented in such a small area. And so congratulations, Chief. And take any questions if you have anything. Yes, sir.
What happened to the sign outside of Four Seasons?
The sign outside of Four Seasons?
Yeah, the one that was the speed sign.
I'm not sure.
Radar sign. Tell you your speed limit.
I didn't know it was down.
It's gone. You had the electric coming up the back of it.
I didn't even notice it when I came in today.
Yeah. Right by the.
I have no idea.
The one that always tells you to
Yeah.
pump the brakes.
Someone stole it.
Could they have stolen it?
I have not seen a report for it today, and I didn't even notice it coming in today. But I will check on that and let you know. Yeah, I will do that.
Somebody just didn't like slowing down, so they took the sign down.
Well, I know Sandy likes to make sure he's getting the thank you.
Oh, right, that's true. I don't think it says
morning?
thank you anymore. Or, I never get the thank you.
I didn't notice today when I went through there.
It wasn't there this morning.
Next up.
I don't think we're missing anything in my department, but maybe we are. And I don't know it yet. Oh, don't, Drew. That's for next meeting. Sandy pretty much mentioned the beach nourishment items that it was scooched a little bit later in the year recently. So the website is updated. We did an e-news update about that. And I'm sure that with hurricane season coming upon us, it will change some more. Betsy sent me the numbers for the August events, and it's really great. There were 3,800 people at the August events, total attendance. The water station changes have been really well received. The merchandise sales are tapering off a little because we have less events, but we still, for July and August, are getting pretty close to $4,000, which is great because in our budget, we were aiming for $2,000 for the summer. So Betsy and the volunteers, some very motivated salespeople that I did not know we had, have done a great job. There are 2 concerts left and 6 fitness classes left on the schedule. Duck Jazz Festival, some more updates. Thank you to all the sponsors for this year's festival. We are, cash sponsorships are a little over $40,000 and in-kind sponsorships are right around $39,000. So that's really great. Accommodation and lodging costs have gone up a lot this year, and I assume that will stay the same as we move forward. So just a heads up that that portion of the budget is probably going to need to increase a little bit. We still have printouts going out already and more going out. We have tried some new digital campaigns this year. So we've done both email blasts to our feeder markets, and we're doing digital campaigns like the targeted advertising that you get on your phone, which is creepy, but it works. The other great thing about this type of advertising is that we get really concrete numbers for our sponsors, which is something that they really want now because a lot of them are doing more digital advertising. So it's a pretty good return on investment for us, I think, for data for sponsors. The posters are out. We also made sponsor window clings this year that say, you know, sponsor of the 2022 Duck Jazz Festival, and we're getting those out to the sponsors. And our radio ads start soon. I'm meeting on Friday with the radio stations, and both of our main radio stations now, East Carolina and Jam, also both own online newspapers, so there will be advertising in those along with it, digital advertising. I just put the lineup here. I won't go through the whole thing. We are showing a movie on the Green again this year, and that's on Friday morning. I have confirmed that my stepfather is coming again with his guitar to lead the toddler story time. So we will get a time for that. One of the things I'm most excited about is the Air Force Rhythm and Blue Jazz Ensemble is coming back this year, and we've had lots of requests A, for military bands at the Jazz Festival, B, for them to be on the main stage on the green. And that has been very difficult in the past because they are typically very large. This group has been here before. They would like to be on the main stage, and we've talked through a lot of logistics, and they are willing to cram themselves in there on the green and close out the Jazz Festival. They'll be the last band. I'm still waiting on getting our green travel certification. I found out that about 75% of the people that work in that department retired last month. So we should be hearing soon, all at once, yep. So they have our application, they're reviewing it. I feel very sure that based on our numbers in the application, we should be able to get that. And we're working with sponsors who might bring swag to give away to make it more sustainable, and we're working with our food vendors to make more sustainable choices with their with the items they bring, including our the sponsor caterer, which will be Red Sky / NC Coast / Wes. Not sure what name he'll use for it. We also have some local bands playing. First Flight High School will be playing again. The Eric Williams Quintet. Eric Williams is from the Outer Banks, and as is Devin Frazier, who will be playing with his counterparts from Raleigh and 3O. And I just showed you these last time. This is kind of the branding for the Jazz Festival this year. Do you have any questions about Jazz Festival before I go on? I'm sorry. I am talking to PNC this week, to the local PNC representatives to find out how they want to come and be involved. And then I think that actually the development vice president from Raleigh is going to be able to come this year. She hasn't been able to come the past 2 times we've had it because she had little ones, but she's excited about coming this year. Fridge clings, we still have those to give out if people are still looking for them. We have finished the fall newsletter, and Betsy has gotten that over to the printer, so that is the mailed one. That'll be mailed out soon. We also will post it online, and any extra copies will be available in our lobby. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Krishna, I have a question for you. Looking at the lineup for the Jazz Festival.
Yes.
You've got 2 mainliners in the amphitheater. What's the thought process in that from the standpoint of the thousands on the green trying to get into the amphitheater, which will hold like 10% of that? I mean, I know there's probably setup issues and all that, but.
So typically we have 3 bands that play in the amphitheater. It's usually First Flight High School. In the past, it has also been a military band because they're so large. And then usually one of our other bands that's plays in there also with some kind of educational bent to it. Yeah. So the 2, Eric Williams Quintet and the Devin Frazier in 3O, they are both doing a bit more educational. I mean, they're playing, but they're going to do some education too.
But I was just thinking about the last 2 bands. I mean, you're going to have people transitioning back and forth because these are like, I assume, name bands, right? I mean, how are we going to accommodate that? I understand my question, but.
So one of the things that we have done, one of the things I heard from feedback is that people wanted more time in between when those bands started. So we actually have a 10-minute break in between the bands on the green and the bands on the amphitheater, But this is not different than we've done it before. And usually you can hear the band playing in the amphitheater from other places on the grounds. Did that answer your question?
No, not really. Because my question is, you've got thousands of people on the green, and all of a sudden at 2:20, you've got another good band playing in the amphitheater. You can't accommodate everybody from the green to the amphitheater.
Yeah, we've never been able to.
Well, I know that, but we've never had that type of situation, I think. That's how my only question is, what was the strategy on that?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that type of situation.
I think what he's trying to say is people that are going to be on the green are going to want to go to the amphitheater, and there's not going to be enough room. So how are we going to address that?
Yes, that has always been the case. And
My point was, we never have the name bands in the amphitheater. You have the educational piece, but then you have First Flight, but I mean, looks like you're taking some of your lineup into the amphitheater.
No, we've had named bands. Like I said, typically that's where the Armed Forces Band has always played, and that is almost always one of our most popular bands, which is why we're trying to move them onto the green this year, because people have requested that. So typically, say flip-flop that, we would have had Rhythm and Blue in the amphitheater and put one of those other ones there. So we've definitely had named bands. So Brian Carter in 2018 played both on the main stage and in the amphitheater. Yes? No?
Usually when we did that, a band was on the green, but also went into the amphitheater. You see on the educational piece, but I was just surprised to see the flip-flop come back and forth between the two. That was my question.
Okay.
As Rob said, people may want to be in an agreement, they want to get into the amphitheater.
Right, and that's something that we've always struggled with, as many people go in there as they can, and then in that picnic area, you can hear, when you're out there, you can hear from the food vendors, all those types of things, yeah. That's been something that's been kind of insurmountable in the past jazz festivals too, is that if people want to go to the amphitheater, it doesn't hold everyone. Good?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
No, it's fine. Good evening, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to provide you with a quick monthly update for the finances. Total cash on hand is $15,202,634. If you were to exclude the beach nourishment bond accounts for the new project, the August balance is showing a 27% increase compared to August of 2021. This just shows the account balance for the general checking account. It's $1,187,818 as of August 31st. This is 10.4% of our cash balance, excluding those beach nourishment bond accounts, which is typical that we like to keep in there. And then as you can see, it's compared to last year, we only had $708,000 held in the general checking. These are the account balances for the investment accounts. Just to kind of show, we had a little over $7 million held in our North Carolina Capital Management Trust account, and then the rest is in the PNC money market accounts. This just shows the revenues, total collection with the prior year comparison. And then I'm going to dive a little bit deeper with what we received in August. So first we received our sales and use tax for May collections. This is a 9% increase compared to last August. Then we have our property tax collections. This is a really weird number for last August. We received $1.66 in August 2021. But this August, we're a little over $41,000. Motor vehicle tax, these are for July collections. It was a 32% increase compared to last August. The occupancy tax was collected for June. It was a 1.6% increase from last year, so right around this same amount, but we have exceeded our fiscal year 22 budget by $326,548. And then our investment earnings, again, they continue to rise. For the North Carolina Capital Management portfolio account, we've increased to a 2.22% monthly yield. And the money market accounts are between 1.13, 1.16%. And as you can see, we have collected just over $20,000 in August for our interest. This just shows our expenditures, total expended with the prior year comparison. Our expenses are generally within budget so far this year. You're going to see a lot of the expenses like workers' comp and property liability insurance are already at a higher rate because we pay them at the beginning of the year typically. And then monthly revenues versus expenditures. This just shows that they can fluctuate month to month. Generally, at the beginning of the fiscal year, you're going to see your expenses higher than the revenues because a lot of the revenues are still applicable to the prior fiscal year. And then just a quick update, fiscal year 22 numbers are still being finalized. We have 3 revenues that we're expecting this month. June collections for our sales and use tax, April through June collections for ABC and mixed beverage tax, and then also for the utility franchise tax. So we should have those numbers finalized in October for you, and the audit process has begun, so stay tuned for that. Does anyone have any questions?
The financial plan that Drew just sent us shows we're going to close last year at about $1.5 million to the positive.
Probably a little bit more than that, yes. Yeah,
Very good.
yes. Thank you.
Yep, excellent.
All right, going on to item number 10, Mayor's agenda. I just have a few things tonight. The Mayor's Chairman meeting that was scheduled for August was canceled. We have not yet got it rescheduled for September. I've been, as mayor, I get invited to a lot of meetings, and actually, thank God, Drew is sitting in for me on a few of them. One's going to be the Elmmark Commission. They're having a meeting tomorrow on Zoom about the grant that came to all the counties on broadband access, and I don't know how we'll play on that. I think, but the Elmmark Commission will be controlling the grant that came to all the counties that are within that. So some feedback, and it'll probably be very interesting to see if we even play. And the other one he's going to represent me on is CSI and NEGS that are putting on a meeting at over at CSI about wastewater, and I appreciate you going to that meeting for me. So, and the only other thing I'd like to do is thank Christian and Betsy for a great summer event season. As it winds down, you guys did a great job. Thank you very much. Well, that will go on to item number 11, council members' agenda, starting with Mayor Pro Tem Monica Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to say thank you for all the hard work that we've seen with the events and also all of our staff. And congratulations to Donna for representing us nationally like this. What a great thing, great organization. You've been involved with it for a long time, so wonderful that you've now taken a leadership role there. The only other thing besides, Tourism Bureau goes on, and those revenues, the latest reports, which I wanted to send over to you, are, just solidly above 2021 revenues, about 7%, and those numbers were astronomical last year. So the fact that we're still going strong, and Duck is maintaining, the last numbers were like year to date, 10%, I think, on meals. Even with the limited restaurants that we have, a lot of closures and not a lot of staff. So anyway, very strong tourism season, and more planning, and which I'm excited about for the Tourism Bureau, is that they're working with a consultant to try to do some long-range planning and looking at ways to kind of protect what we have and just keep everything sustainable. So it's really nice that they're not just trying to maximize everything. They're trying to get a community involvement and really target what do we want this place to look like in 25 years? What is that optimal look? So anyway, that's all happening at the Visitors Bureau, and that's all going great. And then today I attended a webinar from the School of Government on the public outreach and involvement, which kind of apropos again for what we've seen tonight, as well as what the Visitors Bureau is trying to do. And it was really just a nice hour and a half, good food for thought in terms of how to engage people and make sure all our constituencies are being heard. So it was a nice event. We did breakout rooms, and I was in there with somebody from Maggie Valley and right outside of, and Hyde County, it was Ocracoke. So it was kind of fun that it was very random in terms of who you were in the meeting with, but I really enjoyed it. So that's all I have, and thanks everybody for everything you're doing.
Thanks, Monica. Councilmember Rob Mooney.
I've got nothing.
Councilmember Sandy Wood.
I'd just like to thank Christian and Betsy also for their work they did for the summer programs, and thank you.
Councilmember Tony Chiano.
Nothing to add this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, I'm going to open it back up for public comments. Would anyone like to readdress the council? Can you state your name and address, please, and limit your comments to 3 minutes?
I will be at less than 3 minutes. I'm Bob Letzel, 141 Betsy Court. So I was a little bit surprised and perhaps disappointed earlier this evening with some of the negative comments that were directed toward members of the council, members of the planning board, for perhaps some actions they've taken or actions that they haven't taken. I would like to say, certainly from this person's perspective, those comments are totally unfounded. With regard to transparency, over the last few years, I've tried to pay attention to what goes on in the town. And I have found that if you read what's available to you, what's on the town's website, pick up the phone and call perhaps, or volunteer and become involved in the town, that there's not really an issue from my perspective with transparency. And there certainly isn't an issue with regard to the integrity with which town activities are conducted from my perspective. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying here all that time to say that.
Anyone else like to come forward and address council? If not, we'll change, we'll close the public comments. Is there any other business come before the council this evening? I'll remind the council our next scheduled meeting will be the regular meeting on Wednesday, October 5th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Without one attainment, a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion. Okay.
All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.